Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Night Geekery 123, and I'm gonna tease Dadman because he jinxed me. He said I was good at multitasking, and I forgot to go live before the show. So,
Hey, I forgot to end my stream this morning. So yeah, that was interesting.
well,
You
it's a good
sound
way to
so
get more
much
watch
better on
hours.
Mark's stream tonight than you did ours earlier. I don't know what you did.
I don't know. Mark just I don't know.
That's not
It,
me.
it's
It's
Mark's
Clobby then.
stream. Yeah.
My
Oh,
StreamYard is better than your StreamYard.
I
Yes.
guess so.
Na
Hail
na
to
na na boo boo.
hail to everyone out there, and of course, we'll welcome the great Mrs. Dadman walking, the much better half
Oh,
of the
thank you,
Mister.
thank you.
So we'll play. We got a great intro for you to play. Where let's see, where did they go? I got that right. I do have that right here, don't I? Let's see. Oh, come on, Mark. Where is it? I got this one.
I know. I just.
You totally jinxed me. Yeah,
I take him out of the show
here
right
we go.
now. He's yeah.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Oh, screw you!
There we go. There we go.
Oh my
So hail
gosh.
to Mrs. Dadman, and we've got the Mister here.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez!
Oh,
And we've got my orange pile of rocks buddy up to my left here.
That's
What do you?
clever.
What do you want?
Do we wake you up from a nap? Arr.
Let's getting the rocks together.
Oh, sorry, my universal translator was messed up. I got to fix that. It was sometimes I have to hit it, and now it's back because I was
Good.
talking and
was-
it sounded weird.
I was trying to communicate back, but it didn't work.
Didn't work. Yep. So hail to clobbering times.
Yo,
Yo.
It's clobbering time!
Yeah,
that's all
there we
I have
go.
to say about that.
And let's say hi to everyone in the chat here. And I apologize for starting late, but UConn basketball, sweet they're in the Sweet 16. So UConn, that's like our pro sports team in Connecticut, since we don't have the Whalers anymore. So that's the biggest thing going around these
And,
parts.
yeah, if your basketball team doesn't do well, y'all have no college sports. 'Cause
No.
football, forget it.
Yeah, forget football. Like 10 years ago, they had a couple of nice playoff games,
hmm
couple of good games. Yeah, but it was not, they were decent at least, you could say. They made it to the top 25, but it's been a long time since they've had a good football team, unfortunately.
hmm
But let's say hi to FKH, aka Tim, hail, and Putin's cat, hail. He said, "What's the plan?" We've got on tap tonight. We've got Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire. We've got X-Men '97. We've got the new Roadhouse, and probably some food and whatever other fun stuff we can think of. Yep.
Mm.
And hail to. The plan is to take over the world.
There you go. Yes.
That'll work too. Yep.
Yep.
And hail to
The same
hail
as
to Dick
every-
Kirk.
Yes. Pinky in the brain.
Yes.
Oh, we got super chat. I'll
It's
get to
super
that.
chat,
Let me say hi to everyone here in order here. So we got Brogu. Hail to Brogu from Clobbering Time's neck of the woods. Yep. And and RobAltis is here. Hail to RobAltis. And we got the awesome JT Kirk with a super chat. Do you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
I should clip that one from.
Yeah, you should. That's the only good thing of that stupid movie, except for Kelsey Grammer.
And his outfit, his costume was just so horrible as the Juggernaut. What was the actor's
Yet
name?
everyone quotes it just because of that one bit. I'm the
Yeah.
juggernaut, bitch.
Wasn't he a boxer? What was the guy's? Who was the
I
guy
don't know.
that
He was
played him?
just he was clearly not the juggernaut. He looked so good and do or a lot better anyway in Deadpool 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, I mean, look, who the heck was it? Who played? And someone's gonna help me out in the chat. Nothing good then. Oh, come on, Putin's cat. We got some.
Hey,
You didn't like Ghostbusters or or the new Roadhouse. Well,
Nah.
we'll make it good. We'll make it fun. Yep.
Putin's Rat. Did you watch the new Roadhouse? I'm sure you did. You probably loved it.
I watched most of it. Oh, Vinnie Jones. Yeah, because I was on a Hollywood tour, and they're like, "That's the Juggernaut's house. That's Vinnie Jones's house." You know, when you're going on the bus tour. So, yeah. Oh, we got to play some clips for JT Kirk. Then we got to get some Ghostbusters clips here. So, let's go to the Ghostbusters section here. There we go. We'll start out with the classic.
Everything was fine with our system until the power grid was shut off by Dickless here.
Is this true?
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
And that is referenced in the new movie.
Yes, the end of the movie from what the missus says. So, but
yeah, it's in the background. Yeah, you can hear it.
You heard it too. I didn't hear it.
I heard it twice. Yep.
So did I. So did I.
We can talk about it later. Then. Oh man.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No job is too big. No fee is too big.
And let's keep rolling with the Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters. We're ready to believe you.
Love it.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
I had a shirt made back then. You couldn't get any merch or shirts back then when the movie came out. We were going to see it so many times. I had Claude, who was airbrushing T-shirts at the time for a living in the mall, make me a shirt with Bill Murray on it with the sign on the back. He would say, "Back off, man. I'm a Ghostbuster." We loved that movie.
I love the scene with the three of them when it says, "We're ready to," what is it? "We're ready to believe you." And if you look at Bill Murray, it's perfect because he kind of like has a smile and it's like, am I supposed to stop smiling? It's like his face, like he didn't know what to do with it. And it was perfect, just perfect.
Yeah, that's just such a classic.
Yeah.
Classic. And Egon is just so awkward too.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
He's Egon. What can we say?
Let's see. I gotta load up a few more Ghostbusters clips. Let's see, how many Ghostbusters clips do I have? I have 125 Ghostbusters clips now.
Just do a show.
Wow.
Because we did it for Toxic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. It's a class 5 full rooming vapor. Some of them I've we didn't need a clip.
In honor of us talking about Ghostbusters, let me do this.
I guess
there we go.
There you go. I can't blame Putin's cat for that. That's enough to traumatize anyone never to go to a theater. The Last Jedi.
Oh God, I hated it, and I had to see that twice. So that killed me because I went, usually with the family, like I'd go like Thursday night, the midnight show, or
enough.
And then I'd go like with the missus. I'd be like, I got tickets with the kids for the next day, and I'm like, oh God, I gotta watch this movie again, and it was probably even worse. Yeah. Yeah, it was just
so horrible,
just so bad. Yeah.
At one time I suffered through it and barely stayed in the theater. Almost walked out a few times. Never have ever, and never will I ever sit through that filthy, maggot-infested, horrible garbage again. That or Force Awakens.
Dude, I have not touched any Star Wars. Well, that Last Jedi killed it, but I did go watch the Rise of Palpatine, but just because I figured I'd finish it out, but I won't go back again. I mean,
I didn't go back. I went to watch that on a stream.
No,
I think
I won't even watch it. See, I do say, and I do believe that everybody should watch stuff for themselves. To give something a chance, unless you've had a firsthand experience, unless you've witnessed it or seen it before. I saw firsthand with Last Jedi and Rise of Palpatine. So to me, it pains me, but I won't go watch Star Wars stuff. I might watch it in a group watch thing where we can pick at things. But that's an area I will not go. I just can't. But like other movies, like I said, with the Marvels and some of the others, I've given them chances and taken a chance on it. But, I just but I do understand if you've been burned and you've seen it. Why waste your time watching something you're not going to like or just
I watched
get
the
upset
pirate
about?
of that with the Rise of Palpatine, but
yeah,
that I didn't go. I couldn't go to the theater.
I can't even call it Palpatine. I mean, it's such a stupid movie title, and it by itself just rips out of everything of what the true Star Wars legacy was, which was Anakin Skywalker and his bloodline. But but it was, but I actually dealt with Rise of Palpatine better than I did Last Jedi. For one reason,
it was just there to finish the job.
Right. Last Jedi was the it of its with the way they treated Luke Skywalker, and then their little ghost force vision that killed him to end. It's like what a crappy way to end up such a legacy character.
No,
it was that last movie was just so bad. It was just you were laughing at it. It was just so, it was just so ridiculous.
Well, TV shows haven't gotten much better. I watched Ahsoka, and oh boy.
Well, let's say hi to you. Could not be reached for further comment, and he says, and Brogu says, "Got any with Ernie Hudson?" And I will.
He's quoting.
All right, dude.
He's quoting the first Ghostbusters from saying, "You never studied."
Yeah. Do I have that? Do I have that clip? But when someone says that, here we go. Here's Ernie Hudson. I got him. I've got so many damn Ghostbusters clips, and I'm out of room. I got even with my extra things that I made. It's like, but that's why this, this new. Well, we'll get into this new movie. Let's play some good old Ernie Hudson. Yep.
Ray, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Yes. Oh my God.
She's not my girlfriend. I find her interesting because she's a client and because she sleeps above her covers. 4 feet above her covers. She barks, she drools, she claws.
So good. And this quote we used all the time with our friends.
All right, important safety tip.
Important safety tip was like part of the repertoire. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
It was like, I got to play the full. I think this is the longer version. Let's see here. Oh, that's the really short version. I want to get the longer. Here we go. Get that one on here because that line was always used with like all our friends. It was like whenever someone said something, we were like, important safety tip.
Total protonic reversal.
All right, that's bad. Okay. All right, important safety tip. Thanks, Egon.
Just love it. I mean, the throwaway lines, but they're just so damn good. I mean, don't cross the streams.
Perfect film.
Yeah, it is. It's.
I think that's what I like. I think that's what makes it so good is because they look like just throwaway lines, but they're so. If those weren't in there, you would not have gotten all the character personalities of the characters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's for sure. Yep. So here we go. Here's another. This is what's so fun.
To think of the most harmless thing, something I loved from my childhood, something that could never ever possibly destroy us. Mr. Stay Puft. Nice thinking, Ray.
Well, it's Sally and Larry are here.
Hey guys, thank you for being here.
Hey. Larry. What's up, buddy? Hey, Tom. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Larry. Hey, Tom, with the salute here. So if you don't know what that means, I finally figured that out. That's the salute. Salute. Yep. So time to talk a little Ghostbusters. And I know Tom was talking about this, but I did an informal poll, Tom. And I know you're uber busy, but if you do want to pop in, feel free. But
feel free,
no
dude.
Obligation.
He's a busy man and he streams a lot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Love to have.
I don't want to, but I did a poll on my wife, her friend, and my friend all thought that there was something going on extra between the the two young ladies. I I thought so too. So
what
yeah,
the what where I'm gonna be very honest with you. What movie did you watch?
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
Okay, what movie did you watch? Because I didn't see it, and I watched it twice, and I looked for it, and couldn't see that.
I've seen it twice too, but
that's because looking for it, you shouldn't look for it.
Huh?
Well, it was very subtle.
It was very subtle.
It was very subtle.
Well, we watched it twice. The first time before all this crap hit, we didn't see it. We just saw two people that had friends that actually looked at each other that connected. It was not until we got out of the theater and saw what happened around Twitter that all this crap, we never even thought of it as that situation.
Here's my thing on this. The problem I have with any of this is if you didn't see it, fine. But no, people who didn't see it are going nuts on the people who just mention it because we did. No one wanted to see it. It either occurred to you or it didn't. And people are going nuts on you just if you don't. But I'm sorry, my mind went there. It's not a big deal either way. And a lot of people, some people made big deals about it after their mind went there. I didn't. It's just other people.
Yeah.
But
I think that's the difference. I think that's the difference is that when you start calling it out like it actually happened. If your mind went there, that's one thing.
No. I mean, whoever's saying that, I'm just saying it. Body language, the way it was written, and presence. You got to factor in presence. You can try to neglect presentism if you want to, but presentism exists today because so Hollywood earned this. Let's say it's totally not true. Hollywood earned this. They have earned it. They brought it on themselves, good or bad. And I'm not saying it'd be a big deal if they were. Although, if they were adults, they're not. That's a problem. If it's true, again,
you're inferring that a romantic connection was there.
No, sir. You did not listen to me. Okay. I said my mind kind of flew there because the way they. Okay. I was thinking, are they implying this? It was a question. It was me questioning it.
Okay.
And I don't always seek for that. So I did not say that it was true.
No, that's fair. I agree. And I will be honest, I kind of was waiting for the shoe to drop. Because Hollywood, like you said, Hollywood has built this up. But then others went out there and actually called it outright, openly code, like something was inferred and stuff like that. Actually, they went beyond where your mind went to say that it was there. So
Six is here too. But see, the thing is, I have no problem with one side or the other of the coin because I talked to two other friends who didn't see it, just like you two didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I talked to a bunch of people who did. All I'm saying is there seems to be this strange. The ones who didn't are highly defensive and going after the people who did, whose mind did go there. We didn't mean for it.
No, actually, I see it the other way. From what other tweets was the people that saw it were coming out like condemning the whole movie that was there. Like you could not doubt it that it actually happened. That's what we saw.
Well, then there you go. Then it's anecdotal. It just depends on what you're experiencing.
Well, I got to say, I went to the 2:00 show on Thursday, so I'd seen.
I agree with you, Six. I agree with you, Six. Sorry.
And, I agree with that.
It's okay. Yeah, but agree with her statement. Yeah. So I went and only because of modernity stuff that's going on, like I was telling Clobberin times, and as I think I said in my first reaction, 30 years ago you would have never thought that.
Right.
Today you can't have any male friends together or female friends or anyone on any show without shipping them or opposite
sex,
same sex.
By the way, here's one other thing I want to point out. Look. Let's, for sake of argument, let's say it was intended, and stuff got cut on the room floor. That the only way Six says it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I think it would matter a little because they're kids. They're not adults, so that would matter. But since we don't know,
kids aren't supposed to fall in love. 16-year-olds fall in love all the time. You just don't want same-sex kids to fall in love.
That is not. Wow, that's ridiculous. That is not true.
No, but that's kind of. I'm sorry, but that's kind of.
I'm just saying I don't want it in a Ghostbusters movie, and they were kids.
Okay.
But look, my daughter's married to a female. Okay, so if you're calling me something like that, then
no, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to clarify.
That's fine.
That's all. I'm just trying to clarify.
I'm just saying I don't really need to see it in a movie, but I'm also with Six. It doesn't bother me. Let's just say they came out tomorrow and said it was true. I'd be like, okay, fine. It don't bother me.
Yeah, no, I think it's just because of the modern day sensibilities, for whatever you want to say, and I didn't think it took away or detracted from the movie. But I was thinking that the first time I saw it, and I can't say, I'm not saying it bothered me in any way, shape, or form. I'm like, are they going to kiss in the end? But then, of course, if you're going to do that, they can't do it because of showing the movie in certain countries, and you can't show the movie. But of course, in the old days, like that would have been like, people said, oh, well, because she started to cry. I'm like, well, yeah, if you lost your friend at the end of any movie, it's only natural for. So the way that they did it was, you could interpret it either way, right? Which is not a bad thing either, right? I mean, you could take it either way. But like 30 years ago, we would not had this conversation.
I guess the problem I have is that people say, oh, they don't care one way or the other, and I don't either. I really don't. But my thing is that it was made such a big deal of in the Twixverse and in Twitter's sphere, however you want to call it, Xland, and I guess that's when I do get defensive about it, because it was made a big deal. It was made a big deal in social media when.
Yeah, it was.
I don't care. I don't care one way or the other. I think I would rather we talk about the merits of the movie than whether they're gay or not. And
I think
and it gets lost because of that. And I guess that's the big thing that gets.
And I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
And then the relationship.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, I just want to say something. I think the relationship between the two characters is well done. Whichever way you want to interpret it, it wasn't just for show, or they actually built up the characters and had some good humor between the characters and had something interesting there. So go ahead, Dad.
But one of the things though is, especially in something right here where they do not actually show it, it's all left to quote your what you infer or what you take from it, is though when you come out all hell bent that it absolutely happened, no question, all this other stuff, because that so many people could not see it and honestly and really not see it. If you got to be careful, because at some point it's going to be the boy crying wolf, because like all this sensibility, everybody's calling out everything woke. I mean, you hear something about movie, first question somebody asks, is it woke or does it have this? Instead of, I know Hollywood has its problem. Dear God, I know that. And I've complained about a lot of stuff, but it's like when you start pointing at, demons that don't exist, and neutral people can't see it, and honestly, or they could reasonably object to it, you start to get boy cry wolf. So then when you really start having these incidents, at what point do people start tuning you out? When do they not listen to you when you have a case that's legitimate, that is a valid issue, but they're decided they're going to blow you off because you've cried wolf at everything. Everything is this, everything is that, everything, everything is an agenda, when it, so a reasonable person can't see it. That's my big caution, is we got to be careful about how we go about labeling movies if they have this or have that, because especially, like I said, there are movies where it's clear, there's no doubt, but in a case where you have to two people can come up to two reasonable conclusions, it's really hard to go on the line absolute saying it was there, no doubt about it, unless the directors come out and say yes, that was their point.
Well, I think
let me say hi to some new people in the chat too. So we got Anthem 21X, and I'm not sure if I've seen you before, but hey, thank you for stopping by. Sunday Night Geekery. Let's see who else had stopped by. Mars Monkey Max. We said hi to Larry, Matthew Marzullo, and Happy Palm Sunday. Happy Palm Sunday to everyone. And of course, let's see who else is here. Okay, I think we got everyone. I think
a lot of people just simply made note of it and then got their head bit off for it. And that's what I have a problem with.
But see, and like I said, we saw it from the other side. We saw it from, we didn't see it. Then we go out there, and then people go out there using some very strong language that it was there, that they did this thing that was so heavily inferred that it was there. And they were so dogmatic when they were responding to somebody that asked, should I see this or not?
When the question is asked, is this a lesbian rom-com? And I haven't seen this, but I've heard it's this. That's very definitive. And I don't think it was. I mean, if you want to see it,
I don't think it was either.
But those are what we're seeing in Twitter. And that, and that's Twitter. Why I got defensive. And I have family members that are in the, if you want to call the word alphabet community also, So I understand Clobby, and I think that's why I got defensive, was because they were being derogatory and they were being hateful, and that's why I got very defensive about it. So I apologize. I was not labeling you or anything. It's just it upset me because these people were being hateful. These were being hateful.
And so much from like the other side, like you've notated, what we've seen from the other side, like that thing about calling it was not a rom-com. If rom-coms, then anybody, anytime somebody look at each other, but that's the word that was going around on Twitter, that they heard it was this. And it's like, that goes to my point. When we go into a public arena with these type of topics and issues, we've got to be very clear, be very fair and honest, not mislabeling stuff like that. So when people get an idea it's a rom-com, oh my gosh, where do you
go see the movie and make your own decision.
That's absolutely the best way for any and everything, Mark, except with Star Wars.
But the funny thing was, when I left the movie, I knew, like, I didn't think it was a big deal, but I have to say, when I came home, I goggled Ghostbusters relationship, shall we say. I'm like, did I see that, or was I nuts? I'm like, am I being crazy, or did I think there was something there? Was it supposed to be, and I goggled it, and there was a couple of things there, but not much, because it was 2:00 and I saw, the first showing.
Yeah, the curiosity, that's all.
Well, like I said earlier, I could agree with Clobby's point, and I could agree with the questions, because we've seen so much. It's a fair thing to have that going in through your mind the whole time. It is, because your mind can kind of go there, but when we look at what we actually got, and
then when I went to see it on Friday night, I went again or Saturday night, we went with the family, double date. We went for pizza and a movie, and which was a lot of fun. Right? And no clam pizza, but I'll show the pictures of the pizza. My wife got a salad pizza. Oh God! But anyway, I still love it.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong.
Yeah,
I've heard of Mexican pizza where they put lettuce and stuff on, lettuce and tomato on a pizza, but
it's like a taco on a pizza.
Yeah, but then I was playing. I was like, what did you guys think of Phoebe and the other girl? I'm like, that was a nice friendship they had there. Like, my other friends, like, come on, Mark, didn't you see that was so cute? They were, there were definitely something more there. I'm like, no, there wasn't. Like, you got to be blind not to, and they're not on Twitter, they're not on social media, they have no idea, and all the three of them.
Yeah,
but they all thought there was something. No one thought, no one cared, but they thought it was, there was something there was a little bit something more there, they thought, but which is fine. I mean, but if you're gonna do something like that, so show a picture of the salad pizza 6, maybe you'll like it.
Absolutely.
But
I'm curious about that.
I won't put that comment up. But we had the 80s, it's there's if you're going to do something like that, if you're, that's an okay way to do it, I got to say. If you're going to just have the inference there, especially if it's a movie targeting, younger kids, where you don't have anything explicit either way, right? It doesn't matter, same sex or opposite sex. Of course, you have a cute romance and a, puppy dog romance. They have those in, kids movies all the time, right? So that's fine. But of course, the corporations too don't have the courage to go the full route too, to actually.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to do it, I think go all the way if you're going to do it.
But they don't have the courage to do that too. Yeah.
But see, in the silence of anything from the studios and the directors, I have to default to it was not there, because because how do you infer something that's not true? I mean,
it's like interpreting art.
Yeah,
it's interpreting art. So it's up to you to interpret.
Yeah.
What
movies
you
are edited heavily, so
yeah. So it depends on what you think of it. But I thought it was a well done relationship. It wasn't superficial. Maybe we just talk about that. I didn't think we'd get into this much, but which I love.
Yeah, that's what I think. Well, I think it's kind of.
I want to talk
shame.
about the movie too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a shame that this was the focus for 30 minutes when there's so much more to the movie to like and dislike.
But they had an emotional connection. It was really a powerful movie with all around. So.
Yeah. So I mean, I did like the movie. I gave it a B+. I didn't think it was, super great. I mean, it's almost impossible to compete with the original Ghostbusters, which all the sequels
got the word almost.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, I have to grade it two ways. I can rate it as a movie. Just as a movie, I would give it like a BB plus. As a Ghostbuster movie or a ghost busting movie, I would have to give it a C because there wasn't much ghost busting there. There wasn't much ghost busting there. You kind of had some at the beginning and you had it at the end, and then you had family drama or whatever in the middle. And I wanted to see more like we did a compare the Afterlife and Frozen Empire, and at least in Afterlife throughout the movie they had pushing you back into the ghost story. You look down the well and you see the ghosts. You go into the mine and you see the tremors, the things that are all happening. They're finding, learning new things. Oh, this whole house is a trap. It's whatever they learned in that first, but that it always had pushing you back toward the ghost busting aspect of the movie. And this movie did not do that. You kind of like had the beginning, you had the middle, you had little bits of things, but nothing that really pushed you back into that ghost busting part of the movie until the end when what happened. And that was my big criticism about the movie is that I wish there was more ghost busting.
And Anthem 21X had that comment out there about the focus should be on the lack of ghost busting and adult humor, not the other stuff. And that's true because that's been a very valid comment that you've had, and I know others have had with that too.
Oh, here, look what we've got here. Tom is here. Hey, Tom. Thanks for popping in.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
Singing up here in the background. Here.
This is a guy I ship, but I ship him with any hot chick he wants me to ship him with.
There you go.
Any chick? How about a chocolate chip?
Oh, chip. I said chick, but sure, that's what you need.
I'm a fat kid. How's everybody doing?
Hey, doing good. UConn won tonight, so I'm happy. Basketball.
Oh, basketball.
Sports ball. Yeah, sports ball.
You got a basketball Jones, huh?
Yeah. I'm a well-rounded person, physically and entertainment wise. I like sports and everything.
Basketball is like a basketball to me.
I like turtles.
Hey, Chief Shadow.
I like turtles.
I knew he was going to do that.
So Tom, did you so you did like the movie, right? I know
for the most part. I mean, I listened to most of what you guys had said back and forth here, and I agree with some of the things, some things not so much, but I mean,
you agree with me 100%, though. No, just kidding.
There you go. Always
like no, I was actually in the.
I do.
I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Some bits of it I liked more than Afterlife, some not so much. I mean, I just heard somebody say something about not as much ghost busting in this movie. I don't know about that. See, like to me, people seem to forget that in the other Ghostbuster movies, we only see them bust one ghost in each film. We never see them bust any more than that. Like in this one, it felt like we were getting a lot more ghosts. Like they were everywhere.
The story the story didn't keep drawing you toward the ghost story. Maybe ghost busting wasn't right the word. It didn't draw you all the time to the story.
Oh, okay, yeah, because
Afterlife did. And at times I forgot. You could have easily forgotten it was even a Ghostbuster movie. It just looked like a family movie, in the middle. It was like, okay, we had the ghost stuff here. Oh, family. Oh, we have a little bit about artifacts and here and that, and then, that's more not the actually trapping of ghosts, but the drawing you to the story, the ghost busting story. So there.
I mean, that's the thing. Like with Melody, you're kind of getting the B story with the ghost throughout. But I see what you're saying because, that was my first thing. Is like, why hasn't the city been like slowly getting colder and colder or something? Kind of like how. But I mean, then again, in part 2, that's the other thing too. Is like we see him go after the Scoleri brothers, and they have the little montage. But other than that, the rest of the movie's so focused on Vigo, like almost hyper focused on Vigo, compared to the first film where by the time we figure out what Gozer's up to, it's kind of closer to this and in the last movie, which is obviously that last third really takes a lot from the first film. But no, overall though, I would say that the movie I thought was as a Ghostbuster fan, I think the hardcore nerdy Ghostbuster fans are gonna love this. And from what I've seen so far, they have been. Now, the controversy that everybody's talking about, I get it. Like, I've talked to so many people who see it. But at the end of the day, my whole thing with it is they didn't act upon it. Even if there was something there, I haven't found anything yet to support it. I'm trying to get a hold of a script because some people are like, oh, they cut it out and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, good. Then it obviously didn't add anything to the story. So why are we even fussing about it at this point? I didn't get that out of it.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you totally on that.
Yeah, so
I think a lot of people are just mentioning it as a side, like, I don't know. If
my problem with that is now everybody's hyper focused on that, instead of what the actual story is about. And to me, that was what I liked about the story, was that you had one Ghostbuster being told she can't be a Ghostbuster because she's too young,
right?
And you have the other Ghostbuster being told that he can't be a Ghostbuster because he's too old. Now, I don't agree with the Ghostbuster who's telling him that. Like, that was a good point Paul Chatto brought up, that that's kind of out of character for Winston to be going around telling Ray that he's too old to be
I really
Ghostbusting.
in the movie theater, that really threw me for a loop. That Winston speech, I did not like that speech at all. That really got me kind of angry.
It should have been another character. It should have been a different character saying it. Yeah.
And it bothered me when he was in the police station scolding Phoebe about the lion. And it's like, why did you have, well, the lion was going to jump on her and freaking kill her, you asshole.
Thank you. That whole scene made no sense.
Yes, I'm like, no.
I'll give him a pass on that because he probably doesn't know exactly what happened, but like, yeah.
Well, he should have opened his mouth and asked.
Yeah, but Ray tries to explain it, and then he shuts him up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, part of it I get, because at this point, Winston, this is like the second or third time now they've had to deal with, an incident in the last few days. So I understand to a point where he's coming from, but
Winston is a businessman now. He's thinking the money. He's thinking the bottom line. He's thinking the lawsuits.
That's where I was coming from too. So that part didn't bother me as much, but I do agree that they should have had another character being the one saying to Ray, like, oh, you should be thinking of retiring. You shouldn't be doing this and blah, 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 blah.
I gotta say, I'm sorry, Tom, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, because coming from Winston, that's a little lame, but the other parts of it I didn't have such a problem with.
I just got to jump on what Six saying. Six, my brain went right there about being arrested for slander was BS. You can't. Slander is not a.
I thought she punched him.
Well, no, she said something, and what he said, if the line was, slander is punishable by jail. Well, we know slander. You can't. It's not a.
But Walter Peck's a dickless asshole. So.
Yeah, but the connection of the word slander to arrest, or they could have written that better, Or
I think that line was
showing how a dick.
I was going to say, I think that line was more of a kind of a, not so much a callback and a wink, but like kind of like a similar deal to like when he's like, he does that again, you can shoot him.
Oh yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. I'm stuck on the word slander. I am literal with slander, and I'm like, that's not a criminal crime. That's not arrestable offense.
Walter Peck is the kind of guy who would just say something stupid like that because he's just. Yeah.
He just wants her to fall in line, basically. He's trying to scare her, and then she's not. And I do love that character, Phoebe, because she has no F's to give, and she doesn't care. And then, I think it was good editing too, not to show what she did, so you kind of leave it to your mind.
You kind of wonder.
And they did that twice too, didn't they?
I personally hope she decked him.
Yeah.
They did it.
My youngest was wishing for him to be hit. So.
Yeah, they did it with the mother there, where she's like. Where Paul, the next scene, they cut right to Paul Rudd's character going, God, I didn't even know she knew those words.
That was when they were walking down the staircase the first time when they right.
We've got a request for a clip here, so let me play that immortal clip again. It was so much fun doing this movie, the original Ghostbusters on Toxic Tuesday. So I had to make a whole new brand for Nick because I had so many clips, but from that movie. But let's see, where's that hiding? This man has no. Come on, there we go.
Everything was fine with our system until the power grid was shut off by Dickless here.
Is this true? Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
And I did love the way the movie opened too. I love that.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what.
The family scene, and then they're in the go. The Ecto one is back, and they're the next generation is busting ghosts, and Phoebe's fun. Like get back in here, young lady, and then she goes out on that cool new chair.
What was kind of interesting with the way it began, though, was we saw Afterlife again today before we went, and the last scene I recall in Afterlife was a picture of Ecto 1 going on the bridge, and then of course you had the throwback to the 1900s, but then when we got to modern times, it's like it picked off from the end. Like you see the Ecto 1 going through New York after it goes on a call. I don't know if they intended to do it that way, but at least it seemed like there was a continuation there.
Well,
and
you
I
also
like
have the other end credit scene where you have Winston actually bringing it into the firehouse too, and where they're going to fix it up and everything. Yeah.
No.
No, was there only the one end credit scene, or we didn't stick around to see if there was a second? It was just
in this one.
with
There's only one. In Afterlife there was two. There was the Bill Murray Sigourney Weaver one, and then there was the one where Winston brings in the car, and you have Annie Potts remembering
Egon, right?
Egon and all that stuff with the coin. Yeah, where they use that deleted scene.
Yeah,
that was really touching. That last movie. And hail to Diesel.
Diesel.
Mark, you got 27 watching. That's awesome, folks. Thanks for being here tonight.
I mean, and that's kind of what's bothered me about the hubbub about the movies. Like, I got a couple other issues I'd rather talk about, and a lot of other things that I liked, and everything's just hyper focused on the other thing. I mean, like the other problems I had with Ray was like one other problem, like because otherwise I loved his character and what they did with him in the movie. The only other time he pissed me off was when they had to bring in Patton Oswalt, because I'm like, he takes the ball, right? He does the PKE reading, and it literally busts the PKE meter.
Yes.
And then he just walks off and does what we don't even know what he does, because the movie doesn't show us. Like he goes gets supper or something, and then he finally decides to check in on this thing. I'm sorry, Ray Stantz is the kind of guy who would have been busting down everybody's door, whether it's Peter's or Winston's, going, "You guys got to see this. You guys got to see this.
This is crazy. Yeah,
this is crazy. Yeah. I never seen a PKE reading." Like, he would have been just all like, blah, like on this thing, like now, and he would have been the guy to figure it out. And that's why I was like, Patton Oswalt was just useless in this movie, and I don't like him anyway. But
like always,
But at least he wasn't in it that much, though. I was worried he was going to be.
Because you could have just had Ray taking the kids to the library, and that's what I loved was the motorcycle, because it's kind of a callback to they had a motorcycle in Extreme Ghostbusters, but it's also a callback to Dan Aykroyd just being a gearhead in general. Because for those who don't know, he was supposed to play D-Day in Animal House, because he is D-Day.
Think about it, right?
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Right? Like he is that character was written for him. It was meant to be him, but something happened in the interim that he wasn't able to play the part that I think he was doing 1941 or something else at the time or whatever, got overlapped with it because whatever it was that messed it up to where he couldn't play it. But that's why the whole thing was basically just Dan Aykroyd playing himself. That's why it's called D-Day. Like that was his nickname and stuff, I guess.
Well, overall with the characters, one of the things that I liked was, at least we talked, and it seems like what they did with this one is in Afterlife, you had all the new stuff. Then they brought you saw Stantz one scene, and then all the Ghostbusters come in at the end. The old guys come in at the end. But in this one, they really from the beginning on incorporated the old guard with the new guard, like a partnership. I mean, Ray was more active on some of the early research. We see where Winston's role is. And then, of course, they bring Murray in, in the spots that they do. But it felt to us like a natural blending of stuff, unlike what we got with Star Wars, where it was like never, ever intended trying to bring the old in with the new to introduce it. But it seems like this movie, they really, it may not be perfect, and there may be things we can split and not like, but they really tried to get the old and the new. And at least for me, it seemed like they balanced it pretty well in this movie.
Always one of the things I did enjoy was the grandfatherly kind of relationship with Phoebe and Ray, right? Because they obviously, like I loved their bits. The way she called him Dr. Ray was almost like a Grandpa Ray kind of thing.
Yeah. And a question I've got here. Go ahead, Clobby. Sorry.
I was gonna say hello to Jill. That's all. Hey, Jill.
Oh, okay. I tell you though, I like the way they brought Ray in and Winston in, the way they did them in their roles. And they had a larger part than Bill Murray, the Venkman's character. I think that was a smart decision because I think that, obviously when Venkman's there, he gets all the attention, and I think his comedic role would have taken away from what they did in those roles, because if you're going to go forward, you got your researcher, which is Ray, and then you've got your financer, who's Winston. I think that they got a good amount of Venkman, because any more than him, it might have sidetracked what they're trying to do. Because you talked about that grandfatherly relationship. That gave us emotion. That gave us story. It advanced the plot, and we see connections there.
Plus, Ghostbusters is Aykroyd's thing, right? With Ramis as the writers and creators, and Bill Murray is in there as the comedic genius. But you could see the joy in Aykroyd playing these roles and hanging out with the kids. And I love that scene in that Curiosity Shop. And it did remind me a lot of the TV series Friday the 13th. And of course, this is typical Ghostbusters. You've got that cursed artifact. So they had a curio store in Friday the 13th, the TV show.
That's a great show.
Have the item of the week that was cursed, and they had to figure out how to stop it or get it.
That was another thing I liked about the movie too, is they finally kind of gave us some canon as far as differentiating between human spirits and ghosts and these evil entities like Slimer, right? Like he's obviously a manifestation. Like, okay, that's what they're saying. Like with the cursed objects, and that's where they pull the spirits out of them. Okay. Is those spirits are manifestations of evil. They're not an actual person, right?
Oh, okay.
So, like Slimer, for instance, like is a manifestation of whatever happened at the Sedgwick Hotel. At some point, something happened. Maybe somebody ate themselves to death, right? Like that, and that's what manifested Slimer.
Is that Mr. Creosote then? No one got my Monty Python joke. Mr. Creosote was Slimer.
I was going to say, that's the one from Monty Python, right?
Monty Python, yeah. It was very scary.
Fool. Yeah. We don't know whatever it was, but other than, the one guy that's in the orb, right? Like that's an actual, he was a guy or whatever at one point, but he's like a spirit like Gozer now, right? So like, that's a bit different. See, but and then that's where the Melody thing come in, because she's just trying to get to the other side.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I really wish that they had more focus on Braca or whatever his name was, because all the hype of the movie, that's one of the things that I was disappointed in. I think somebody said about in the chat, it was like the final battle just seemed kind of rushed, and then I wanted more of the bad guy himself, the guy behind it with the horns.
You're not wrong.
Look. It just seemed like.
Let me just say goodnight to Agent Atwood. Good night, Agent Atwood. Thank you for stopping by.
Atwood.
Good night, man.
Yeah, I just seemed like. We needed more of that. We needed maybe less of the teenage angst, and the more of the big baddie in it, But
I think
I was just gonna say, Ghostbusters, you typically don't get a lot of the big baddie, and I just happened to watch all the Ghostbusters movies again this week, and the first movie you really don't get Gozer.
Right. Vigo is the only one that's been pretty prominent.
Yeah,
right?
and you don't get much
all over that movie,
and you don't get much of the and you don't get much of the Stay Puft Marshmallow either. But this just seemed like the type of bad guy, just from the visual effects, the mysterious, that could have really been a lot more developed and a lot more. There could have been a lot more done with it than what we got.
Well, and here's where I was kind of like, this is probably why I didn't jump right to the relationship thing with Phoebe right away in the Ghost, because where I was tipped in my directioning was when that first happened in that scene in the park and she starts playing chess. I thought that was going to be the bad ghost pretending to be Egon to trick her in the first place. So I already was looking at it like, is this chick, I said, this is like, there was already something in my brain going, this chick's going to turn on her, or there's something not right about this. And as soon as I found out, obviously, so that's where I was going down the road. So I never even went to the place until like you guys, like walking out of the theater, my buddy and his two roommates came with us. And the roommate goes, well, I don't know what everybody's talking about online about lesbians being in the movie. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, I read it on Twitter before we got here or something like that. And I'm like, oh, God. Because I knew right away that's what we were going to be talking about for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't. And we shouldn't. We should be talking about the movie because there's so much other stuff.
And I get it. I see how people see it. I'm not going to say that like people aren't seeing it, right? Like I'm not denying what people are seeing or think they see or whatever you want to call it. And clearly there's stuff that's missing here that I think would have helped, because this movie feels like it's very truncated, even though it's so chock full already. There is a lot on the cutting room floor. And I can even think of some examples, like I've pointed out before already. Like in the trailer, we see Lucky get almost completely frozen in the trailer all the way up through her eyeballs. And in the movie, she doesn't even get frozen hardly up to her hand. And then we cut to something else and cut back to her and
that's right.
Phoebe,
yeah, good point.
And she's on the floor being dried off. I think there's a whole entire sequence in there where she gets completely frozen and Phoebe has to quickly figure out how to thaw her out or she's going to die. right?
Or
Like, so
they
there's
wouldn't kill her though, right? You think she?
Well, she would have died had Phoebe not figured something out,
Yeah.
but we don't know what that was because they just cut past all that point to kind of truncate that section. So I'm sure there's other sections of her maybe talking to the ghost and other things or talking to other people, because I think there's another section missing, and this is where I think people are jumping to this ultimate conclusion, because when they first show Phoebe that machine that they can separate stuff from the cursed objects, the first thing she asked is, can you do it to a living thing?
Yep.
So I think at some point in between there, her curiosity got the better of her, and she tried it on a living thing. Because then when she's talking to Phoebe, because when Phoebe's talking to Melody later, she says with certainty that it's not lethal. See, so I think there's a big, huge leap there. They jump over a whole nother bit that's in there. So people are missing that context. So like Phoebe's already obsessed with this before she even gets to that point. So like, that's where I was saying, I think people are jumping.
Maybe she wants to see Egon again, maybe. Right?
Because like, you know, well, whatever reason it is, because she even asked Ray again, have you ever thought about what it would be like to be a ghost? So that's planted there, and they may have thought as directors there's enough there, but I wonder if they'd have added more context, less people would have jumped to this conclusion that she's becoming a ghost to do something with her, right? Because that's, I think, what most people are jumping to a conclusion of, is they can't understand why Phoebe wanted to be a ghost even for 2 minutes, and why we know why Melody wants her to be a ghost, because that's the other thing too, where I didn't jump to the other stuff too, because we know she has to get her to do this, and this is probably why she picked her in the first place. And watching it the second time, I even noticed that the way that Melody talks and says things, she clearly knows that Phoebe was a Ghostbuster to begin with. She picked her on purpose.
Yeah.
Like she was chosen.
Well, we got a question from Anthem. We got a question from Anthem. How is the bat even communicating with Melody if he was still trapped in the orb? So what happens is Kumar, not Kumar, what?
Kumar.
Namar. I hate butchering people's names, but you know, he's the fire walker, or fire. What do they call him? The fire
master.
He's the fire master. Yeah.
Fire master. Yeah. So he takes the orb out of the dungeon that's soundproofed, and because this spirit is so powerful with those PKE readings, he's able to influence her. So Melody is always under his influence. I
he just
believe,
can't
right?
affect anything, right? Yes, exactly. He's still trapped inside. Yes, and so
Melody,
just like Gozer and Vigo needed a human to get to this side, they needed a human. He needed a human to get to this side too. Basically, get out of the orb.
And I think the way you know that
in the same way,
yeah, the way you know that too is the scene with Melody walking down the street where the ice is going down the street, and she says, "I'm doing it as fast as I can." So she's talking to the big bad, you know, Mr. Horny. And so she's always she picked Melody out. I mean, she picked, you know, to play chess with in the park, that she targeted her, and then she shows up right at the second floor of the Ghostbusters, you know, firehouse right there. So she knew who she was all along. So Tom, I think, if there's some little bits and pieces they could have added in to make that a little bit more.
Well, I just think they got
clear.
shoved to the side where the director was like, "Oh, there's enough here that people think
we don't need."
What
it.
I didn't think they were realizing is that once you get to that point, there's going to be a lot of people making that leap of logic simply because of this. Yeah,
and that's the problem with inferring things. Unless we have the directors coming out and admitting it, we get a script that says, "Yeah, it would have been related." Unless we have something concrete to say that that's what was intended, you take a risk of misinferring or inferring the wrong thing or inferring something that was never there. It may look like it, but it was never intended to be there. So
and I mean, I've read a couple interviews now with McKenna and the director. There's one interview where she's asked directly about it, and she makes a crack about Romeo and Juliet. Then she sidesteps and then goes into talking about other things like acting, and then she gets onto her personal crushes. So like she completely kind of avoids actually answering the question.
But still, was that the one with that other lady in a green shirt that was interviewing her?
I think so. And then the other one
listen, because I saw that one, because I saw it on another stream with that, I would throw that interview out completely. That person couldn't even ask a question to begin with. And what also you're doing these interviews too, a lot of times they try to tell you to be evasive. You don't want to say overstep. I mean, even sometimes you dodge a question because guess what? You might get people to think further, build up interest and talk about the movie. So I think that's again, trying to infer just because she didn't answer it directly is a problem. And the other thing is that particular interview was a horrible questioner. that interview was just horrible. I wouldn't give that a time of the
And
day.
hail to E. Clay. Hi, E. Clay. Thanks for stopping by.
But again, my point basically, I think, is basically this: unless we know something they admit directly, or we see something in scripts, or there's some documentary evidence, it's a huge leap to try to infer something that we did not see action taken on in the movie.
Yeah, I agree with that, and then I just share it in the background here, and with the director
over here.
and in here he just goes right for the gusto and just talks about them as friends, right? So I mean, at this point, like until I see the script, which I've got Script Doctor scouring for, or some other kind of confirmation on this, I'm just going to chalk it up to there's other missing context here that probably would have helped people with this this logic in this relationship.
Chalk it up that we don't need to waste any more time on it. Let's talk about the other
well, and
parts.
here's where I do have something I will say. This is the last thing I'll say about it, because I don't know if it was Six who brought this to my attention or somebody else. I'm apologizing now, Six, if it was not you, but somebody had brought a review to me, and I think it was her, from somebody who clearly saw it at an earlier screening. And they specifically say Melody has been a ghost for 100 years. And I'm like, where did they get that from this movie? Like, I've been trying to figure that out, because that's another
line,
thing.
Tom. There's a line. She said, I lived in tenement houses. So you could assume that she's probably an immigrant, guessing maybe Irish or Eastern European.
Again, going back to that, like they said specifically 100. Yeah, again, and that's kind of getting me to my point, because in that review, because these guys were guys that I think saw it at one of the earlier screenings, because they did show this a few months ago at another thing too. I can't remember it was one of those Comic-Con things, but they were all under embargo until this week. And they said specifically 100 years. So that kind of stuck with me. And I'm like, okay, well, how do they know? Because I'm like what you guys are saying. I'm sitting here doing the math in my head between certain things. And the second time I watched it, because I really wanted to pay attention to her, because I'm like, okay, if she's supposed to be from a certain era, she would be walking, talking, dressed a certain way. And this is a problem I have with just modern films in general now, is for some reason they have a hard time finding actresses who are convincing to me that they're coming from another era. Like they have that, there's just something too modern about them, whether it's the way they talk, the way they carry themselves. And I think that's another problem with this.
The hairstyle was not 100 years ago. Hairstyle, the clothes didn't seem to be.
I think she had boots on, actually.
And I don't think ghosts can change their clothes. I don't know. I'm not a ghostologist. So, I might be wrong.
There you go. Six is right. Yeah. Thank you, Six. Yeah, it was her. Yeah.
But, it did. I would not have, except for that one line, tenement houses. I never would have thought that she was,
It looked like old.
What I thought was, since the diner is like a 1950s diner, I thought, okay, the apartment building that she burnt down, that diner must have been built on top of it. So that set me back at least 60, 70, 80 years. I'm going, okay, so that's pretty close to their 100 years. But then jumping from that logic, okay, so the second time around, I'm really paying attention, and you guys are right. She's wearing like modern boots. She's wearing an over vest over a low cut dress. Okay, now you could almost say that maybe that could pass for flapper in the 20s, but not the boots, right? Like that's the thing, is she's close to that, but not enough to where it's like. So I think they messed up a little bit there without being a little more specific, and that's another reason why people are feeding a bit more into this, because she's acting like a modern female. To where somebody from from that different era.
My grandmother was born in 1910. Yeah, the language would be a little bit different in the dress, and but she's definitely more than 50 years old or 60 years old. I mean, because tenements, you think of tenements in New York City, that's before the 50s at least. So
that would make sense. Yeah.
I could see the speech changing in this aspect of she's around people, she's listening to different people, and as you go through, if she's been for, 100 years or whatever, I could see that maybe happening, but with absolutely no kind of accent at all.
I guess she'd be interacting with. Would you be interacting with people? That was my other question. Like the movie doesn't delve into it. I did like the movie,
and usually ghosts don't generally.
I mean, but just listening, and kind of, you know what I'm saying. That's the only way I can explain that. But I still think that there would be some sort of accent because,
Well, how would it go? Like the other thing that would like, I love the scene where she's playing chess and she doesn't get scared by the ghost. She says "boo." I mean, that was a great introduction to the two characters. But like, how often do people see ghosts these days, or
Well, and that was the thing with Phoebe, and that's where that's where I took it from. Is like Phoebe is somebody who's seen a million ghosts, and from her perspective, well, of course, that's why she didn't jump right away, and that's why Melody was like, okay, this is weird. But like I said, I think Melody was targeting her from the start because they knew who she was, because that's where the orb wound up, was in Ray's possession, right? And they, and they're probably trying to get one of the Ghostbusters, right? That would make sense if you're at war with somebody, especially if you have ghost exterminators. But like, yeah, like I mean, I don't know. They never really they should have had her talk about like, if you're if you go with that concept, she should have been like, yeah, I've been hanging around all these years, and this event and this thing is kind of trending, and this thing or whatever, just talking about things that have happened throughout the years and why she's kind of modernized herself. But even then, I still find it kind of weird. But the chess game thing, and that's another thing where I was like, I don't quite get where people are seeing it, because she goes, because everybody's keying in on the "was anything real" line, and Melody's answer to that was, "Yeah, I beat you at chess." And I took that as a double entendre, not in any kind of like sexual connotation, but like, yeah, I tricked you, and I also beat you at chess. So like, she's smarter than her. That's what was her whole point. And you're a friggin' scientist, right? Like, so like, so that was kind of a checkmate. That whole checkmate bit to me was like, yeah, she played you the whole time and pretending to be your friend. Yeah. And you didn't see it. So she played chess with you mentally, and with you, like actually played chess with you and beat you every time.
Yeah.
So,
I think so too, 6. And that was where, and I think you're right there too, 6. You could tell there was like a little disappointment there, but then again,
she was hoping it was.
Yeah.
So here's the sex dungeon. I was laughing at that.
Oh, that was hilarious.
That was hysterical. So that was definitely.
I love the way
with the chains.
I love the way he's like, "You're talking about my grandma."
Yeah.
Even though they had a complicated.
The funniest line in there is actually his, where he goes, "Would a sex dungeon have like these chains and stuff?" Yes.
Yes. And he's holding the chains. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that was a dumb question.
Oh no.
It shows him how much of a slacker he was, and I think they said earlier, like when Ray went up to him and said, "You are a fire master. Either your grandmother told you, or you didn't listen." Or that whole line where either you weren't paying attention, or she forgot to tell you. That's how.
Yeah, but that was one thing that bugged me about the movie. I did like Kumail Nanjiani. I thought he was very good, and I loved him in Silicon Valley. I thought he was hysterical in that. But the grandmother would, you'd think, left a note like, "Do not remove this artifact." It contains an evil spirit.
Kind of implies she tried telling him that, but he wasn't listening. Yeah,
and he might have just gone, "Yeah, okay, Grandma, what? Yeah."
Right.
And like sometimes how Dad Man does when I'm talking to him, and he's like, "Yes."
Husbands never do that to wives.
And then I'm like, "Well, did you do what I asked?" He goes, "Oh, what did you ask?"
Yeah.
So I think he was a lot probably like that with his grandma.
Yeah.
But there should have been a note in there too, I think, or something.
It's funny because that actually reminds me of a joke. I watched Bill Engvall's last special today, and he was talking about how his wife thinks he should go to the ear doctor because he can't hear half the things she's saying. And he's like, "All right, fine, I'll appease her." I went to the doctor, and sure as heck, I got a clean bill of health. I can hear everything. So I told my wife, and she goes, "Well, then what the heck? You can't hear anything I'm telling you." And he's like, "Well, the doctor said maybe it'd help if you didn't start telling me stuff when I'm halfway across the house." Well, that was a big mistake. Yeah, only married and men who've been in a relationship for a long time know how that works.
Yeah.
6, the grandma put it in there. The grandma didn't die at the beginning. When they saw the orb, her holding the orb, when they went to touch it, her eyes opened up.
Yeah,
she was able to reclose the orb, you think?
Yeah, well, it closed right there at the end when all the heads exploded.
Yeah, that was his grandmother as a young girl or whatever.
And that was 1904, so it would have handed down to her daughter, and then he would be the next in line, and it would be stored in there with all the other artifacts because the Baraka's horns were in there on the wall. That was meant.
Yeah. So how did she close the orb again with that song opening it up? I guess the orb only partially opened. I guess that's
maybe with
get
fire
fully out.
something.
You think?
I don't know.
I think it's implied that the grandmother was the one who trapped the beast, because that's the whole thing, is that he is supposed to be able to do that, but he hasn't been spending time training like he was supposed to, and that's probably what his grandma was trying to tell him.
Yeah, because
when you see the smoke coming out the door, and then all of a sudden it sucks right back in, I think that's when she captured it.
Yeah,
yes,
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Oh, do you think she wasn't there in the meeting to begin with?
Because remember, they got called for a fire, but they show up and it's all frozen. So I think, yeah, she's right. Because
so she went there. The grandmother went there, kind of like a Ghostbuster. She wasn't there showing the orb. See, I was thinking then there was like a show and tell, and here's the orb. You know,
yeah, you think that at first, but then when you realize what he's what their actual goal is, what they're supposed to be doing, yes, they're like ancient Ghostbusters, pretty much.
Yeah. So those guys had the orb and were screwing with it, and then the grandma shows up and grabs the orb, is able to reclose it somehow
to stop them from spreading it. Yes.
Yeah. See, that you kind of lost. That would have been. I guess you don't want to know that in the beginning, because you don't want to know what a fireman.
No, but they didn't do a good job explaining it later, and that's where Ray and those guys usually come in really good with that kind of exposition. And again, I feel like there's just so much that was left on the cutting room floor, and you probably could have helped this movie. I hate saying it, but you could have just left Lucky and Podcast till the next one. And actually having Podcast there hurts the story with her and Melody, because it's like, she's got a friend. Why don't she just go talk to Podcast?
Right.
Because, you know, it just that would have helped if she felt more isolated and alone, I think. If you get what I mean?
Yeah. But the Podcast scenes were fun. He's a great
character. They were, but he was kind of he was literally a third wheel, like she said. Yeah.
Yeah. She should have really gone to space camp.
Yeah. Well, and you could just you could have had that where you could have had him, and there's a cameo where she just talks to him on the phone where he literally is at space camp. Exactly. And then the next movie, when they're all old enough, then he's finally a Ghostbuster. But Lucky being there made absolutely no sense. And I'll tell you another reason why, because why in the hell is she in a highly,
thank you.
How would I put this? Highly experimental physical, quantum physics situation when she was a freaking waitress not even 3 years ago. I'm sorry, there's no reason she should be there. If anything, she should be hanging out with the family, right?
Yeah.
Like I can see her and Trevor being together, and then like that's why she's a Ghostbuster. But having her doing an internship over with Winston with all the smarties makes absolutely no sense, because she is clearly not a nerd. So she just doesn't fit. It's weird.
Phoebe should have been over there. Phoebe should have been over there doing what she was doing.
Well, and that's how the movie should have ended, right? Is like, yeah, we know you got 3 years till you can be a Ghostbuster, but what you can do is help us here at the research facility.
Yeah. Because Lucky, you're right. But I was looking, and then this is pretty dangerous stuff. She's firing the new arm, blaster unit that who has at the end? That's
Annie
the secretary, Annie Potts. Yeah, she's got
Janine.
Yeah, she's got that at the end. But I'm like, my God, you want a kid interning there that they're shooting these weapons and stuff, and there's ghosts.
Well, not just
all
that.
around?
Is why is she qualified? They didn't tell us like, she's been in college or anything like that. Like nothing, because clearly she was the same age as Trevor in the last movie. Pretty much.
She was old. She was
like 1 year older.
So
I think it was, but even still, like she hasn't been to college or anything. Was my point, right? Like, so what has she done to qualify her to be working on this kind of equipment? Exactly, no.
I really liked Podcast scenes, but I understand what you're saying. But I enjoyed his scenes because so much of the movie in the middle was difficult for me.
I like the stuff with him and Ray, but like it just, to me, I felt like that pulled away from the relationship with her and Melody. Like it didn't.
Looking what you're saying, I see that. I get that, and
which is one of the things is about how so much pulled away from the ghost busting aspect. We had the 15 angst family drama throughout the middle of it, and it kind of took that lull in there.
A 6, I think that it was summer vacation, so I think these were summer internships. So
no, she was not a genius. I don't think so, unless she hit it very well in Afterlife.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because Podcast, faked going to space camp.
That was actually kind of funny, but
I think Podcast is smarter, has a higher IQ.
Oh, absolutely. Lucky. Absolutely.
But you know what? It is so similar to this when the way Afterlife ended with him in the car trying to do something, and the little mini marshmallow man kept attacking him. It was hilarious. It's same the way it happened.
Well, I'm glad you just brought that up, because that just reminded me when I was watching it again. Clearly, they are setting up that Phoebe wants to have a connection with ghosts, and that's another thing that's lost. Because remember the first scene where she's sitting there and she's going to try and she thinks he's a little nice Stay Puft Man, and then Podcast comes in and smashes him real quick, and she's like, "What are you doing?" So clearly, they're setting up that she wants to try and connect with ghosts, right? Like there's something there that's egging her on to think that there's more to ghosts than just, the obvious.
Yep. Which would make her perfect for being in that facility, because that's what they were doing. Not only were they taking the bad ghosts and, prison, putting them in, ghosty jail, but they had the ones that they were, trying to study and stuff. And that would have been, just a perfect ending for that.
Yeah. But yeah, Matthew, she was about to have like a little ET moment with one of the little marshmallow guys at Podcast squashes it.
And you got all these little marshmallow men running around. It's like,
I love those.
They're reproducing.
I love that.
That's what he says. I think they're reproducing.
They're like they're the tribbles. They're the tribbles of Ghostbusters.
I love that when the orb came.
Some Ghostbusters.
They're like little
swag.
gremlins, right? They're just like little psychotic bastards who kill each other constantly, and they find joy in it. It's like,
but still, they still had the presence of mind when the orb came into the shop. They all went.
That scared them.
They could tell there was something bad nearby.
Well, that's like like when you're in the forest and all of a sudden the birds go flying one way, something bad's coming, kind of thing. Yeah. And if the ghosts are even as scared of it, then it's got to be pretty bad.
So here's my ghost trap. So
very cool.
Now we would have gotten that one. Our theater had a Slimer thing that kind of looked weird.
People are trying to get that for me, but I guess it's been very difficult for considering how bad this movie did at the box office, or I would say how it underperformed. I shouldn't say bad. It didn't do bad. Well, how it underperformed. These things are selling like hotcakes.
Well,
Tom, about to get stepped on by Godzilla.
What are the reasons they're suggesting for it being weak? Because Afterlife was seemingly well received by the Ghostbuster fans and things like that. I would have expected this one, after Afterlife being received well by the Ghostbuster community for the most part, at least as I understand it, why this one would not have performed.
I don't think at Sony right now they're probably nearly as concerned as probably the media is probably making it out as a big deal. And the reason I say that is because this movie only costs $100 million. I don't know what it's done internationally, but if it did it do 45 million altogether or just in the US? Does anybody know offhand?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because that's the thing is this movie also has a pre-sale to Netflix. Who knows what Netflix paid for it? They could have paid 20, 30, 40 million dollars for this movie already. So right there's a bunch of money in the bag. Sony has really good deals, and Tom Rothman's the kind of guy where he tries to make sure that his movies don't lose money. And the reason I would say that people are looking at is a little bit of a disappointment or underperforming is because Afterlife was one of the first big movies to come out after COVID opened up. And this movie is doing right in line with Afterlife. So it should actually be doing a third to whatever percentage better in actuality, because Afterlife did well on video. But I think, not to get back into the stupid controversy, I think that Tom, one of the things that's hurting its box office is that people are avoiding going because of, they're hearing something instead of just going to see it for themselves.
Yeah, right, exactly. Our AP article that I've got said that 45.2 million in ticket sales over the weekend.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's just in the U.S. or worldwide. That's what I was.
Yeah, it's probably U.S. sales, I would think.
If that's just U.S., then that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, 4,345 theaters. So, they said it was nearly the exact same as the 44 million launch for Ghostbusters Afterlife in 2021.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So it should have done better though, unfortunately.
And this ghost trap is awesome. I got to say, $40. This is just so well done.
That is cool.
I mean, and they've got knobs that don't work for the turn. And then you've got the.
You mean it doesn't really trap a ghost?
It doesn't really trap. Wait. Let's see if we trap.
Oh my God.
It did drop a ghost, yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
wow, that's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
What's really cool about, you could put this out as a prop. I do a lot of 3D printing, but something like this, the 3D print would take a long time. So for $40, and with all the details and the weathering, it's it ain't bad. And I got popcorn with it too. So and it's
Yay!
wheels that roll. It's got wheels that roll. So,
that's cool.
I mean, this is a well done prop. I mean,
is.
If you didn't really pay attention to it, you'd think, if I walked around like with this on Halloween in a Ghostbusters stuff.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt, but what's funny? I'm looking at the box office business here. Six also sent me a thing too, and I think that's just the U.S. I think you're right.
Yeah, because the article continues on in 25 overseas markets. It added 16.4 million.
Okay, so that means it's done.
They also say that Ghostbusters films tend to make a low impact internationally, also.
So it's done 61 million altogether. Thank you, Six, in the background here. But I brought up another article where I'm looking at the original, the second film, the remake, this one, and Afterlife in their box office, and they even adjusted. And this is kind of surprising to me. I didn't even really realize this, but Ghostbusters, which opened up on the same weekend as Gremlins, with adjusted, it made 13 million in 84, but with adjusted, it would have been 40 million. Okay. Now the second one, even though that movie made like half as much as the first movie when it was all said and done, actually opened up to 29 million in June of 89. And that's the equivalent of $73 million now. So at the end of the day, considering it is right in line with Afterlife, it should be doing a little bit better, but that's not bad. And actually, it's kind of funny because Ghostbusters 2016 only opened with 46 million. So this is still not as bad as some people are making it out to be at the end of the day, I don't think.
It's not that bad.
If it has some kind of legs, we can hope for, but I think Kong, unfortunately, is going to give it a run for its money.
Say hi to Wade, and I'm away from my computer, guys. Or clobbering times. If you see a chat you want to put up, feel free to do it. And this is the drink.
Hey, wait.
This is the drink. That's the drink. Yep. So I went the second time, and I'm like, should I get this? And then the wives love this.
A cup.
That's cute.
Wow.
All the wives love this. Like, oh, this is so damn cute. So you can put your drink in here, and it's got a hole for your straw, and then you can flip his head.
Well, see, that's cute. That is cute. Our theater popcorn bucket was like a big green Slimer that looked like
I actually saw it in person. Oh, it was as bad as it looked in the picture.
Yeah.
It was as bad as it looked in the picture.
Yeah, for $27, yeah.
Yeah, this was $12, so this wasn't. I mean, the soda's outrageously priced, so like, I'll get and I gave my friend the cup, and I'm asking like, well, can I have a cup for this? I mean, I can put the soda in here, but I don't really. Like, I kind of want to wash it before I do that, or if I do that. And he's like, and then the other guy, he asked the manager, like, well, if the customer asks, you can give him the cup. It's like, all right, thank you. So
that was it says that was a drink cup.
Evidently, but it doesn't seem so practical. Yeah.
How do you even wash it? Well, I guess I don't know.
Well, you take you can wash that.
Rinse it out, but yeah.
Is his legs cut off there at the bottom, or does it go into there too?
Man,
that'd be a bitch.
Oh no, wait, no. The legs are cut off. Legs are cut off.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's not so bad then. Yeah. You just can't probably. You're just gonna have to. Yep.
You can get a sponge with a handle.
Yeah,
that's
awkward though when you're sitting in a movie theater. Where are you gonna put that?
Just as long. Yeah, no, that's not practical. I am so jealous though. I have not. They didn't have anything at the theater I went but the posters, and then it's a crappy poster too.
If that was a mom and pop I go to, that's a better, nice place.
And I also got some. I got 2 of these pins from the
Dolphin. I want. Lucky.
So the guy gave me.
You haven't opened them yet?
I haven't opened. Should I open them now to see what they are? Who wants to see?
Sure, why not? It's up to you.
Sure.
All right, I'll open
your
them.
stuff.
Yeah.
Open one, send the other.
Because if they're doubles, you get to send. Yeah, I was just gonna say if they're doubles, you get to send me one.
I just had my birthday, Mark.
Oh, there you go.
That's right. Yeah, well, I do have something to send you. Haven't finished it, Mrs. and Mister too. I'm so bad with finishing stuff, but so I was bugging the guy. I'm like, where are the pins? I'm like, we're supposed to get pins. And when I went Saturday night again, I'm like, there was one great employee there who's I should have asked if I could take in her picture, but she's all decked out in Ghostbusters stuff. She had like some of the characters on, like, was cosplaying as a super Ghostbusters fan. she always gets in the movies. I'm like, any pins? We get a pin. She's like, oh no, I'm sorry, they're all gone. I was like, Drac, because I could have gotten four more pins, but the guy gave me 2, which is cool. So let's open these.
I love somebody did a meme with one of these, like, oh, I got the condom from Ghostbusters, and now I got that to go with my Dune bucket.
Right?
Something like that. I can't remember exact meme. I'm screwing it up, but yeah,
yeah. Right. All right, so let me open these up. Yeah, so let me take this off because I can reclip this. I'm going to take the spoilers off, so I can reclip this as a YouTube short. Dun, 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 dun. Opening up the Ghostbusters. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got. And here's the new cool new.
That's what really makes it look like a condom there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we got.
I hope it glows in the dark.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see.
It'd be so funny if it was.
Oop.
Oh God.
Oh, it's the ghost house.
Oh, that was
nice.
cool.
That's very nice.
That's cool. Yeah, and I love pins. You can't see my
nice detail on it too. Yeah.
Look at the back. It's got the actual the holder looks like it's not one of those chinchy metal ones.
It's got the rubber.
The rubber one's so much better,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are selling for a lot of smack rolls on eBay right now too.
Oh my
They're
God.
not cheap. I mean, they're damn expensive. So let's see what we've got for pin number 2. I think it feels different. It feels like it's different. But I was looking at these. I'm like, damn, these are not cheap on the eBay right now.
Really?
All right.
Weird.
Let's see what we got for number 2. Ooh, Slimer.
Slimer.
That's the one I wanted. Dang it! Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, that's good. So I got 2 different
nice.
things.
That is cool.
That's sweet.
Slimer. Very nice. So
But
yeah.
I have a Ghostbuster question. Okay, the one ghost went into the pizza.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Slimer ate the pizza.
Ate it.
But did that?
That's a good question.
Why didn't that ghost just like fall out from Okay, he ate the pizza, but didn't But I thought when he ate the stuff, it just kind of ate it, and it just kind of like fell through him.
I usually did, at least in the first film and the second one. I don't know.
I was
very
confused about that. A very convenient way to get rid of the whatever the one was, the jumper around one.
The Possessor.
Yep.
I kind of liked him. I thought
The
he was
Possessor. Yeah.
I hope they'll answer that in the next one, maybe if we get one, because I think the Possessor would be a fun character to bring back with Slimer too. Maybe you'll have possessed Slimer.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see. Part 2 of that. Yep. And the other things that I did too, of course, 3D printing. I did this nice 3D symbol I found on Thingiverse, so I painted that up.
Oh, that's cool.
That came out pretty cool, didn't it? So the person did a nice job because normally it's flat. It's flat.
No, actually, I saw that they actually had ones just like that at one of the theaters. There was little, like almost exactly like the thing there. Yeah.
Yes, I've been printing a bunch of these all week.
That would be cool if you could make it a hanger and you could hang a hat on it or something.
Well, I have a hole in there so I can hang this. Yeah. Hang this up. Yeah. But this came out this is pretty fun, I have to say, with the 3D printed stuff, and I painted it up. So I got that, and I'm printing some terror dogs. Of course, these are failures, but I didn't want to throw them out. But of course, you could have had Rick Moranis coming out. But okay. I'm printing another one. I think it.
She's a dog.
She claws. But I mean, these new 3D printers.
Okay, I want to ask. This is a serious question, and this is about the Afterlife movie. And it's kind of like a rhetorical, serious question. But okay, Sigourney Weaver, hot when she becomes the dog, she's hot. She comes out of the dog, she's hot. Rick Moranis through the whole movie, goofy, messed up, hair messed up, and everything else. Right? Comes out all messed up. It's Rick Moranis. That's his character. I get it. But why did they take and do the same thing to Paul Rudd? You had Carrie, hot. She ripped off her clothes and got into that beautiful gold dress thingy, which made no sense to me, but she did it. Okay, I don't care. But hot she became a hot dog. Yeah, hot dog. Sorry.
Yeah.
She became hot as a dog, and then she comes out of the dog and she's all, nice and everything. And then you have him who looks like, Rick Moranis. And he wasn't, that wasn't like how his character was. I could see it. Why? Why? That's all I have to ask is why. It just didn't make sense to me that they had to make him as, disheveled and like the accountant guy. And he wasn't.
Yeah, because Paul Rudd is a sexy guy, right?
Yeah, but his character wasn't like that. His, even when they, it made the ghost escape, he wasn't that kind of character. And that bothered me in the Afterlife movie when they did that. I just was wondering if anybody else thought that, or is it just me going, that doesn't make sense to me? Or does it not really matter? Who cares?
Well, as long as the women look hot, I don't care.
Because the chick was hot.
I was thinking it was just trying to be a little bit more of a throwback to the original, but yeah, I can see where it's kind of like there's something that she says there that they totally like, because I watched the movie again too, like you guys said you just did. We're watching this one. And when he's like, I like your eyes. She says something and they mumbled it over with blah, 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 blah. So whatever she said there, I thought that was like, what did she say? And I can't read lips, so I'm trying to.
I have to look and see if I.
It must have been just trying to fudge something that didn't work with the continuity or something, but yeah. And then, or they just didn't like the line or whatever it was, but.
And why did was it Gozer have a different voice? And then
because that lady's dead, I think.
Yeah. Well, they did. I thought.
No. The line that they used, "Are you a god?" They could have pulled from.
You're not wrong, honestly, because she doesn't really.
You can't find an imitator.
But see, I thought this, and back in Afterlife, I thought the second time that the Gozer spoke, that sounded just like it was from.
It's because they pulled it from the movie.
But why didn't they do it the first time too? So
because she had different lines, and they just couldn't find someone to imitate it.
I had a bigger issue with
voiceover people.
Like, I mean, I know they can now, but
everybody.
Like, my thing was like because they had in the original, she obviously is wearing high heels and stuff like that, and then in the new one, they made it like she has like these, like big huge heel nails or whatever you call it. Coming out of her behind of her foot and stuff to kind of emulate that. I'm like, you're going a little too far now. You could have just gave her the same exact outfit. Really, like, I mean, just because you can doesn't mean you have to,
Right.
Because that's what I actually loved about the Frozen Empires. They went to great pains, you can tell, to try and make Slimer look, feel, move, sound like he did in the original film. Like, you can even tell that they clearly did it with a puppet, like they did in the original film. Unlike most of the other ghosts, which are CGI. But yeah,
they did have a puppetry credit for in this movie too. I think it's Slimer too. If
that's what I was saying. Yeah,
credits. Yeah, right.
Yeah, 90% of the time he's in the movie, he's a puppet, just like he is in the original film. The only time he's not, I think, is when he's flying out through the door where we see his butt and stuff like that.
Yeah, when he's flying through the wood. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Don.
Don, buddy, what's up?
There was just some things that always just was like, I don't get it. I didn't get it,
And this guy's hand should have been totally frozen off, right? I was waiting for him to be amputated. I mean, absolute zero when it froze. I mean, it's just the size.
Or at least his fingers covered too. His whole hand should at least be covered.
Well,
people are ragging on him in the movie. I thought he was a good character in the movie.
I was all right. My only issue is that's a spot that could have been like, where's Oscar? Right? Like we're this many movies deep now. Like they didn't bring Oscar back in.
They should have, yeah.
Well, but see, the way I looked at this guy being introduced is, of course, bringing the old and new together, and you got your 3 of the 4 remaining Ghostbusters. And what I looked at the introduction of him is he gives you the sciencey, mechanical side like Egon was. Because he's got
his hair
that
is
look.
even like the cartoon one. Yeah,
exactly. Those are things that I noticed, and to me, it's kind of like the way they addressed. They had 3 of the regular other Ghostbusters with their net. You couldn't take Ray and make him Egon's traits and technical abilities or any of the others, exchange them. So they had to somehow have this like the cue from James Bond. You had to have your weapons or tech guy, and this is the way they did it. And I think, like you said, the hair was just jumped out at me to the real Ghostbusters animated show.
And they didn't make him like Mr. Spock like Egon.
Right.
What they did instead is they made him the snarky British side. I like that part. Like where he's like, you know what helps me listen to the containment unit? Silence.
Exactly.
Yeah, no Putin's cat, no Janusz.
No Janusz.
No Rick Moranis.
Yeah, that's on him.
That's a shame.
You know what? And I had a perfect spot he could have showed up too. And it would have been hilarious. At the very end, when Peck is about to forever banish the Ghostbusters, you have the governor's limo roll up, and the governor is Louis Tully, former lawyer.
There you go.
Yes.
Because ineptitude rises to the top.
Yeah.
And he comes out and he goes, what are you doing, my friends? Quit bugging them. You know, and stuff like that. And they get into like this little kid fight. Yeah.
He was stereotyped. Where's their love for accountants out there? We got to do your taxes and stuff.
No, he's good at taxes and stuff. But that's what I love about him in part 2. He's like, I don't know if you guys really want me to be your lawyer. I usually do tax stuff.
Because I just rewatched part 2, and I got to say, it's not that bad of a movie. I mean, I waited 30 years to watch it, which is a weird thing. I'm like, I heard Ghostbusters 2 was bad. I'm like, I'm never watching it because the first one I just loved so much.
He was a lawyer in the second one, though, 6.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
you never watched.
I'd never watched 2 till Frozen Empire. I just
remember the line. He goes, I got my degree at night school.
Mark,
that's ironic. We got arrested at night.
What did you think of Ghostbusters 2 then, Mark? If you just watched
the first time I finally watched it, like 30 years later, because it was one of those things. I'm just not going to watch it.
I'm like you. Because
weird.
When I watched it, I had that impression. So I'm curious to see what you think now.
And I didn't like it the first time I saw it. I thought it was a pale imitation, but the second time watching this time around, I thought it's actually not that bad. It just suffers from Ghostbusters
sequelitis.
Yeah. So it's not. I mean, you can't catch lightning in the bottle twice, but it's not that. It's
the
really
movie.
Not that,
I think
that bad.
suffers from, at least maybe, I don't know if you'll agree with this, Mark, but this is my interpretation of, because as a kid, I saw this as a kid, so to me, I didn't notice the problems everybody else was, because I was like, I didn't understand my older cousins at the time would probably be closer to your age, probably is my guess. So I know you're not that much older than me, but
yeah,
like they were old enough to go like, this movie was crap. It was the same movie all over again. Like, and I didn't understand what they were saying, at that time, but now watching it as an adult, like not only do I see like you have a lot of the similar beats, like they go out of their way story-wise to hit the same beats as the first film. And you even have like the reverse thing with the Statue of Liberty at the end, for instance, stuff like that. And then the other issue that I think people had with it, and this is where people couldn't put their nose on it then, or finger on their nose then, but I think they can now, because I've heard other people say this too, so I'm not alone. And that is the first film is shot like a horror movie. The comedic elements come out of the reactions and the conversation and the nerdy stuff, right? But it's still shot like a straight up horror movie. It's scored like a horror movie. The second film is shot like a flat, bright comedy, and it's scored like a comedy. See, I know people who hate that score more than anything else. And I'm like,
because they're trying to make the first movie. They're trying to make a serious, classic, horror movie with the comedy thrown in there.
Well, like the opening library scene, the tenseness with the silence.
Well, and blame it all on the cartoon and the fact that they wanted to sell toys and stuff.
Right.
That's really what it boiled down to the short answer.
The point is, then I've noticed, at least what I thought, and is that especially with Afterlife was, to me, what seeing it was like the change from when I watched old traditional Star Wars and then Rogue One. It was a lot more brutal, a lot more real. And that's why I thought Afterlife, the way it started, we had a death, and the way it went was a much more serious, dark. I mean, because it gave you that horror element, it gave you all that tone, that intensity, but then yet it still had the comedy thrown in. And this one I follows in that suit. It is it's more of a serious movie that has funny moments in it. At least the way I've seen it.
My 4th anniversary as an accountant, and even though you do your own tax return, which you shouldn't do, I'd like you to stop by, being that you're my neighbor and all.
Hey, thank you for giving some accounts some love out there, Mark. We appreciate it.
That's 6 seconds of comedy gold. There's so much comedy gold.
Oh, his shit in there is amazing.
I'll take a rain check on that. I always have plenty of low sodium mineral water and other nutritious foods in the house, but you already know that.
Yeah, I know that.
Even Sigourney there, and you can see how gorgeous she's still a very pretty lady, of course, but how gorgeous.
I love
she was
when he's
back
at the
then.
party and they're like, do you have any Tylenol or pain reliever? No, but I got acetaminophen. It's the same as the other stuff, but I get 300 milligrams.
I had a boss that was like that. Yeah.
And the other bit I love is like the jerk down the hall called the tenant again, the superintendent again, because your TV was loud.
I climbed out on the ledge. I
tried to reach it, but I couldn't reach it. So I went back to my place and I turned my TV up loud. So they both thought
walked on
our
the
TVs
ledge.
have something wrong with it.
Yeah,
Okay,
ledge,
I'll talk to you later. I gotta have a shower.
And his door locked every time he gets shut.
Gotta get a shower.
Play Twister, do some breakdancing.
Yeah.
I actually do like Ghostbusters
got a
too. Also,
date
I'm one of the few.
You like it? Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who brought the dog to the party?
Okay, but I didn't know you had your license. That was my favorite part two, was the stuff with him and Slimer. But
And see, people wonder why accountants act like that sometimes. Yeah. There you go.
A little too personal, Dad.
make sure you get a certified check or a money order.
Oh, okay. All right, even better. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell everybody you're coming. All right. Oh, that's okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is like he gets some of the best stuff in part two. Actually, like they were very generous to Rick in part two. So like I wish he would have come back. It's his choice, obviously, because he lives in New York now, from what I've heard. So
well, yeah, he got cold clocked.
Yeah.
Someone playing.
Well, that's where I thought he was going to be in the last one, because that was right lined up at the same time they were shooting the last. I'm like, oh, he's going to be in it. They're just keeping it a secret. And I thought the same thing here with this one, but nope, I was really disappointed with that. But yeah.
Yeah, someone attacked him on the knockout, that evil knockout.
Yeah, I heard they caught that guy. Yeah,
yeah.
I think he got like 4 or 5 years or something like that.
Good.
Yeah, he actually got in trouble in New York City because he.
I doubt he'll sit that much, but yeah.
Yeah. Most people don't get into trouble, right?
Oh, in New York, they actually prosecuted someone.
Yeah, because
but he's Rick Moranis. He's literally like one of the most meekest dudes in the world. He's Seymour Krelborn.
Yeah, so that everyone was mad when that happened. Yeah,
I would be too. I'd have kicked the shit out of it. Like, what the fuck did Rick ever do to you besides make you laugh hysterically?
I am Vince. Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer. Volca Sildroar, Lord of the Sabulia. Are you the gatekeeper?
What an asshole.
Yeah. How could anyone attack Rick Moranis? God. Of course, the guy didn't know who it was.
Who he was.
Yeah, yeah. But I enjoyed the movie. I mean,
wouldn't that suck though if you did that and you'd be like, oh fuck, man, I like Rick Moranis.
He went home. Yeah, you go home, then you start watching Ghostbusters or
turning yourself in, be like, I can't, man.
I'm sorry. You're watching, you go, oh, that's the guy.
I was having a bad day. I didn't mean to try and kill Rick Moranis.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I have not seen this this one.
Yeah, this is a cute one. I like this one.
I hate it when that happens. God.
Yeah, I agree with you guys earlier too. They should have had like the throughout the movie after the orb was out, like the whole city was dealing with like, the sewers freezing, and then like the streets were freezing and the hydrants were freezing. Like you kept having
in the summer. Yeah.
But the problem is, and this is something I thought with the trailer from here, the freezing at the end, the freezing really started from the ocean towards the city, and the orb is in the city. I would have thought it would have started in the city and gone out towards the coast and stuff. So why did it generate from off the coast and come in?
The storm, you mean, or
the storm? Because like everybody's out on the beach
coming from it's just caused by the evil ghost. I guess,
but the ghost is in the town, in the orb. In
because it looked cooler on screen, I guess probably is the only expert.
Well, and I think that's where it would have helped if you had because you did have Melody whenever she was walking, like you said earlier. I think Mark, she has that trail of ice behind her and stuff because he's always following her, whatever the entity is or whatever. Yeah, it's out. It can still freeze stuff, but when it's finally fully out, then it can do whatever it wants. So I agree. They should have had like little things going wrong throughout the town, kind of like the slime business in part 2, where it's like, nobody's listening to them. They're having issues, but whatever. And then all of a sudden when he gets out, then it's not such a big deal because he's already pretty much froze the whole town. Now he's going for the rest of the world. I agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah. Something, or it had like other ghosts that were, he was controlling, like, free,
that kind of went out the window too. Did you not notice? That was my other complaint. Thanks for bringing that up, Mark. Like, because they build up this idea that he could control an army of ghosts, and then all of a sudden,
all gone.
Yeah, and they just okay. Like, I'm expecting like every ghost to be like in an army, like against their will. That's why they were scared of him.
And the ghosts they just had the ghosts fly off. That made no sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
You still could have had him fly off at the end, because let's be real, that's what they're setting up for a sequel like Jurassic World, where now they've got to go out and bust all the ghosts that were ever in the containment unit. Right. But because we already know how long it will take them, kind of too, because they already said just moving them would take 7 years.
Right.
So now you got to imagine they got to go catch all those bastards.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're definitely setting up another movie. And I guess you guys were looking at the box office. They didn't spend as much money, I guess, on this movie, but it was funny. I was reading
from somebody who was kind of I would call like an insider-ish, had told me that the box office is a bit disappointing, but this is going to depend on the reaction from the fans. Now, the hardcore fans, from what I'm seeing on Twitter and everywhere else, they're loving it, but it's getting a B+ on the cinema score, which is not good. That's like a higher rating, you think? Yeah, like, because that's the score they get when they pull people as they're coming out of the theater. Like, that's like almost Morbius level.
That's the real score then. Yeah, not
that's the one usually can trust a little bit more, which is kind of on par with the 80 something that it's getting on Rotten Tomatoes and such, but you want it to be in that A range, right? Anything lower than an A- is not good for a cinema score. That means the audience is not really clicking with it. And that's what I think the problem is. I think there's too much going on for the normie audience, compounded with the other stuff we were talking about earlier. And I'm starting to wonder if this kind of movie isn't really bringing a new audience in with it, right? Like, I have a feeling that once we start seeing the demographic breakdown, that a good portion of the audience for this movie is going to be our age and older. Like, I don't think there's going to be a lot of 20 to 35.
It's not the 12-year-old kids collecting Ghostbusters toys.
Maybe the 35-year-olds, but like, the 20-year-olds, the younger demographic, I don't think they're going to be supporting this film, because you don't have a Timothée Chalamet, you don't have a Zendaya.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But do you think that honestly that age group, I don't know, are they really big theater goers, or are they more streamers?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, they're more streamers, but if you've got like that's why I brought up like Timothée Chalamet or whatever, like the Dune movies, getting them out to go see it. They're all going to see that. And Wonka and stuff like that, they tend to go see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good cast, but McKenna Grace is not, a huge draw.
Not nearly on that level, no.
Yeah, with the younger kids, and I thought Podcast is really, fun character, and
he was literally the first movie was literally his first movie. Like, he was cast, like they met this kid in a casting call or whatever. Yeah, so like I don't know if he's done anything other than these 2 movies.
And Finn Wolfhard from Stranger Things, of course, that's a phenomenon on Netflix, but I don't know how much of a draw, is he?
Well, that's where I wonder if he's even going to come back too. You're right, because he's a bigger ask now for price wise,
right?
So, because I'm pretty sure him and Millie Bobby Brown are probably the 2 higher paid actors now off of that show. And really, I think some of these other characters like Patton Oswalt and the Fire Master guy.
Well, yep.
I think that Patton is kind of there just in case we lose Ray at some point. He's going to come in and take his place.
Oh, God.
And I think Nanandana Jami guy is going to kind of take a Venkman role, especially if they lose Trevor, because Trevor's kind of in that role now. But I think, with his price going up, that, if they do any more of these, that's where the cuts are going to come in. They're going to start looking at, like, I wouldn't be surprised in the next movie if Trevor goes to college in California.
Yeah, to save money, right?
You know what I mean? Exactly. Yeah.
Or he does like a cameo or something,
Right. I mean, some of the more expensive people, and even Paul Rudd might get reduced a little bit too. I don't know what his asking price is anymore too. So,
Logan Kim has only done 3 movies. He's done Ghostbuster
There you go.
Afterlife, I don't know if Walking Dead Dead City, is that a movie, or I don't know what that is, and
I
Frozen
think that was a
Empire.
TV show, I think.
So,
A
I don't
TV movie.
yeah. It might have been something like that. Those are the only 3 things that, and he did the voice of an autograph-seeking fan number 2 in Kung Fu Panda 4.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So he was in 5 episodes of Dead City, and then the 2 Ghostbusters.
Well, he's doing all right.
Kung Fu Panda 4.
Yeah, so this weekend, Ghostbusters made $45 million. This is domestic. Dune Part 2 is up to $233 million total, and it made, I guess, is this $17 million? So wow, that's quite a haul. And Kung Fu Panda, I guess LW, that's weeks in release, I believe. I'm guessing, or length and number of total weeks in release. Made 16 million opening weekend, I believe. Much, or was that last week? Oh, last week was 1. Okay, no, that's last week 1 2. Okay, that's how it is. Last week, yep. So that's the second week. But so Kung Fu Panda made $133 million so far. Wow, so that's a pretty big.
See, that's where the kids are going. Yeah. See, I don't think the kids are even into this so much either. Yeah.
Yeah, because as we were watching all the previews, my wife was like, "Is every preview an animated kids film?" I know, we all get different previews, but there was, like 4 or 5 animated films that were.
That I think was another big mistake.
Oh my gosh! You know what we got on our previews? We got like a horror movie tarot.
That was horrific.
Yeah.
We got an anime. We got Spy Family, which was another anime movie. And what else did we have? I mean, there was like not really kid focused, the promos.
Well, that tarot card one should never have been a preview for Ghostbusters if you got young kids there, because that was a scary, even though it's a PG-13, but that was scary as heck.
The promo was scary, I thought. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I was surprised at the promos that aired.
I can't even believe Frozen Empire was rated PG-13 now. Afterlife I can understand, but this one felt a little tamer in comparison almost.
It probably was the whole sex
dungeon,
the jokes and stuff. Yeah,
you're probably not wrong, because I would argue that and this is another where I go like, yeah, clearly Ghostbusters 2 went a little more kiddie because it was only ended up being rated PG. And look at the time, even though people know that Gremlins and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom are the main reasons we have PG-13 now, I'm not so sure that Ghostbusters didn't play a role in that too, because that first film genuinely had scary freaking ghosts in it. I mean, especially the outset. It was kind of telling that one didn't, and now the newer ones are getting it, but I'm not so sure that this one, even with the sex dungeon jokes, necessarily was up to PG-13 standards. But whatever.
I think the tarot preview was scarier than anything in the Ghostbusters movie, and I'm like, God, I hope there's no young kids here, because
and the other issue I had was with this release was why they decided to do this now, because they already pushed it off from Christmas, which I thought was a stupid idea to have it there.
Yeah.
This June is the 40th anniversary of the first film. They should be releasing this in June.
Oh, that'd be great.
I don't understand this at all.
Are they going to do a 40th anniversary release in the theaters like a lot of the other franchises have? Because, I mean, I'm expecting that. And like you said,
I don't know.
Time this with that would make a lot of sense.
It would have made sense because you could have dropped, all throughout May, you could have dropped Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2, Ghostbusters Afterlife, and then opened with this.
Like what they're doing with that Spider-Man preview, where they're doing every Monday Spider-Man. Do something like that every Ghostbuster Friday or something.
Because they got Bad Boys 4, and that's the same company, Sony, coming out in June. But I would have just moved Bad Boys, right? And as much distance as you can put between that slap and your movie with Will Smith in it, the better.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, right.
So I'd have been like, you know what? I would have looked at this and gone, we're gonna get crushed between Dune and Godzilla. We should move this. And you guys are right. They should have been like, wait a minute, this is the 40th anniversary. We can celebrate and ramp it up all the way to the movie by releasing the old original films and doing a bunch of promo stuff and all that kind of stuff. Because I mean, I wouldn't say they haven't done a good job promoting this movie, but at the same time, I feel like it's a missed opportunity being the 40th anniversary and dumping it in the beginning of spring when nobody gives a crap about movies, especially right after Dune surprised a lot of people and is taking up all the oxygen in the room right now. And Kung Fu Panda is doing better than expected, I'd say. And yeah, so you'd have been better off, but it's too late now. I mean, what are you going to do? The cat's out of the bag. So
Right.
Yeah, I mean, one of the we had so much fun when they re-released Ghostbusters. Was it 10 years ago now? It took my kids when they were much younger, obviously, and then we used to watch this movie. The babysitter for the kids after school for a while was playing Ghostbusters every day over and over. So my kids know that movie by heart, inside and out. They just, just like and the DVD, play it again. Can we watch Ghostbusters again? God, they love that movie. And then seeing it in the movie theater with them was so much fun. The first, and it is, I mean, as good of a home theater setup as you have. It's just can't beat being in a movie theater. I mean,
No.
it's just not going to happen. But God, it was that, and the kids were laughing like crazy, and so it's great to have this nostalgia and have the gang all back together. And I did enjoy it, but it's a basic Ghostbusters movie. It's what you expect, right? You got the evil artifact, you got the evil bad guy, but there were some nice family moments and nice messages. And I did think the relationship between Melody and the Phoebe, I did think that was well done. It did mean something, so it wasn't superficial. So I liked, and then you had the twist there with the ghost, the big bad ghost controlling everyone from the spear, and Aykroyd was great in this. You could see he loved being there. Bill Murray is just there for his couple of throwaway lines. It's like, don't slime me, what am I?
See, that's why I agree with that, because I tell you, I enjoyed seeing we finally get a lot of Winston. And he
was good.
role. We got him. Ray was added so much to it to explain the history and all this other stuff. Because that's what I was saying earlier. If we had more of the comedic Venkman, it would have been a distraction, because it's like every time he walks in, it's just to deliver a funny line, and it takes away from if you're trying to communicate other parts of the message. I mean, I like Bill Murray and I love Venkman in there, and he's a lot of laughs, but you can have too many laughs if you're in a movie like this where you're trying to communicate to the audience, to advance the plot.
Mark, when you were talking about the family dynamics, and I really thought that the relationship that Gary had with the rest of the family, I thought they did that really well, because from what I understand, the way I got it is they weren't married, because he said he was the step teacher. So there was a very weird family dynamic going there, because he didn't really know what to do. When Phoebe mouthed off at the mom the first time as they're going down to the laundry, she's like, well, why didn't you back me up? And he's like, well, I really don't know what I'm allowed to do. And she says, well, you have permission to do what needs to be done. You have permission to discipline my children.
Be a jerk to them, quote unquote, be an a-hole to them.
Yep. Yes, but which kind of before that, people could maybe say, oh, he was weak, he was whatever. He just didn't know where his role was. But then after that, in the police station, when she's disrespectful to her mom, since he was given permission, he took that parental role, even though he wasn't he wasn't even a stepdad, but he took that parental role to say, no, you need to respect your mom. And I love that, because that is a lot of things with blended families.
Not easy.
They don't always know their role or what to do or what they're allowed to do. And, and I loved that that was like a bit of reality there. And I like that they did that he just wasn't a jerk or whatever, that they really advanced the family relationship. So when the next movie, that's dealt with, and now, but I think that needed to be done, because I spent a lot of the time the first movie going, what is his relationship to this family? did they get married before? Did they? Why is he here? What is what's going on? Did they just hook up? When they were the dogs and now they're a thing. Didn't know it all, and I think that just really. It
was a well done moment.
Yes, it really helped with the development of the characters and them as a family.
And we got the nice line at the end said, "Hey,
Yeah.
thanks, Dad," or Dad, the Dad line at the end. So
Mhm.
Rod was able to react pretty well to that. And
Yeah.
Clobber is still here. So right, Clobber Times. Yeah, Six was wondering where. I think he had to jump out for a second.
I'm here.
You are here. Yep. So what was your
who's
favorite
asking?
part of the movie, Clobber Times?
When it was over.
So
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It was all right. Do I have to review it?
Well, yeah, tell us what you liked. Yeah.
Hey, Wes Cagle, you got a super sticker. For
Oh, I got a super sticker. Awesome, Wes Cagle.
Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, cool. No, I liked it. It was okay. I mean, I was sort of on a par with Afterlife. The original film means so much to me that, I have to be really fair to these other ones. I don't mean the filthy 2016 because I can't even try with that one. But I actually do like the second one a good bit. And what makes that one easy to like is you're getting to see these people get together again a few years later at the time. And you even when you go in 1989, when I went into that one, I knew it didn't have a prayer to touch the first one, but I love the first one so much that it was kind of cool to see them all together again. So I did, and it was fun. And I never held it to any kind of standard. And just because the first one means so much to me, I saw it so many times at the theater in 1984, and so many times on, here thereafter. So Afterlife, I think, was a relatively mid movie that had a last 20 minutes that really just grabbed a hold of my heartstrings. And that last 20 minutes, it was so emotional in a good way. It really, really made me feel good.
Yep.
Getting, not talking about busting either, just anything in particular made me feel good. Not busted and seeing them all. And I liked it, that ending of the last 20 minutes, because, but so much so that it's such an emotional drain that I have not watched it since I saw it that one time in the theater, meaning Afterlife. This one had nothing like that. I thought this movie was too crowded with too many characters. It's fairly entertaining for the most part. Not quite enough Bill for me. I think it should have more Bill Murray in it. Dan Aykroyd is a standout character for me. I think Phoebe's a good character, an interesting character. I do like her. She's good. Paul Rudd is good in Paul Ruddy. I think this movie should have had far less characters and maybe a little bit more of Trevor and Slimer. That was a good, promising bit that never panned out. That the two of them together would have been looked like it was going to be a lot of fun with those two, and you never got it. They never came through on it because there wasn't a lot of time. Everything was pretty crowded. It was a cluttered film, filled with a bunch of characters that were mostly okay. I think that. Again, the old trope about, I don't know, I would like to have seen like a little twist, maybe see something like Dickless instead of being the typical bureaucrat. We all wanted to see him come back so they could insult him again. What if he came back and he was actually friends with Venkman or something? He came back and he was actually cool now. I thought there'd been some kind of a twist on everything instead of just being Dickless like he was before. It'd been kind of some kind of twist or something like that would have been more clever than just. Okay, at least you get to see Dickless.
But he's also the type of guy who would hold a grudge for 40 years too.
But still, I know he is. He was exactly what we expect.
He should have been possessed.
So, they should have done more with him. But it was cool. No, don't get me wrong. It was cool to see him, and it was very, very obvious to have him there as the butt of the joke again or whatever. But on the whole, it's a fairly entertaining film that. It's a decent follow-up to the last one. I had a decent time. It was cool. I wouldn't mind seeing another one. Dan Aykroyd was probably my favorite thing in it. So yeah, it was enjoyable. I liked the film well. I'd probably give it about I give it to a 6 to a 6.5. It's not something I ever, be in a big hurry to see again, but it was okay. And if they do another one, and it's the same people making it, and I'd go see it, but that's as excited as I can get because I'll just be watching the first one over and over again until I'm gone.
Well, yeah, that's that's the the kicker there. It's like they had some fun jokes in it and some fun moments and some good family dynamics, but it doesn't know what it wants
I did
to
like
be.
that.
Like,
Yeah, the family.
Does it want to be an all-out comedy? It's kind of like the Star Trek Voyage Home problem, where all of a sudden Star Trek had comedy, and then Star Trek 5 we've got to add comedy to it, and then from now on Star Trek has to have comedy. Now Thor, they found out Chris Hemsworth, because of the 2016 Abomination, had some comedic chops, and let's have jokes nonstop. So that's the problem with Ghostbusters.
I could try to make an argument for 2016, but I won't do that tonight. We'll have to dedicate special time for that.
Wow! So there is one after all. We knew it. We found him. We found the universe. We found
I said I can make a case, and I also caveat that it is not a Ghostbusters movie.
The only thing that I'll say nice about Ghostbusters 2016 is the same thing I say about Star Wars: The Last Jedi, and that is, if it wasn't for that movie, I would not be here.
We would know each other without that.
Yeah, Last Jedi is the one I wouldn't know all you fine people probably, but Ghostbusters is the reason I'm here. Like, that movie helped me find Midnight's Edge, and Midnight's Edge find me. Like, that's where the two intertwined. Like, no, I'm not even kidding. Like, so that is the only saving grace that I will ever give that movie, because otherwise, we already had a good enough reason for that movie not to exist. It's called Psycho. When they remade Psycho, and I've heard this story before. I don't know if it's true, but if it's not, it should be. Gus Van Sant supposedly made that movie a shot-for-shot remake and miscast it horribly, so nobody would ever do it again. And I'm like, if he did that, that is the ultimate troll, my friend. Bravo. Because
I think he clearly wasn't didn't know much what was going to happen. Modern Hollywood was still they will remake.
Unfortunately,
anything.
you are correct, Clobby.
They'll try it again,
which they even did with Psycho, but at least they tried with a TV series this time instead of a movie. But
yeah,
the remake has a good soundtrack. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Six, isn't the soundtrack like literally 9 different remakes of the original song by different artists? Like, I'm not even joking.
I think it is.
It's like, we can't come up with anything else. We're just going to literally have just 10 or whatever different versions of Ghostbusters on this soundtrack.
I resent knowing all these cool people to Last Jedi and Ghostbusters.
That wasn't on.
Yeah, there is no redeeming that one. No.
Yeah, I wasn't on YouTube. I was watching YouTube, but I was watching more just big shows or like 3D printing, and I didn't know any of this controversy, online really, and then starting to follow Twitter more. I'm like, but I'm like, this movie was just so horrible. I can't believe what they did to Luke Skywalker. And then I, finding everything online and all the controversy, but quote unquote, I mean, it's just a horrible movie. Then attacking the fans is just the most horrendous thing that you can do.
That to me with 2016 is where it really jumped off, and I won't defend it for that, because I could make a case for improv comedy. I could try to make a case for some of the gags. It is completely different, kind of unorganized. If you like to brain dump and watch something that's just thrown together. But when in 2016 they went out of their way to go after the fans, and totally tone deaf, that look, you just took a franchise and gutted it and with no respect and everything else, but yet you turn around and they weren't even apologetic or even shy. I mean, it's flat out, hating the fans. I was like, you can't defend idiots that do stuff like that. I mean, that's the director and the actresses that, just went out just to poke the bear, just to say it's my way or the highway, and I'm not understanding how much love and appreciation people had for that franchise, so.
Yeah, and I respect you for saying that, because even if somebody likes it, I you have to acknowledge that, right? Like, that's
absolutely.
And I have to say, like, that's the biggest sin of the 2016 film. It's not even so much that they did it publicly, like outside of the film. They literally did it in the film. At some point, they went and did some reshoots, and they shot that scene where they're going through the YouTube comments, and they say, you should never read the YouTube comments. And they literally have the "ain't no bitches gonna bust no ghost." It's like that whole scene was them attacking the fans.
Yeah,
like them trying to paint the fan base as nothing but misogynist pigs in the movie itself. So, like, to me, that is the biggest bitch move ever. And I don't mean that in the sense that there was women in the movie. I mean it like,
right.
It is like so Like really, you're gonna punch down on the fans in the movie itself, and then to add injury to insult, you throw Bill Murray out of a window and say, "Oh, he wasn't Ghostbuster material."
Yeah, Matthew has a good comment here, and I thought the same thing. Like, yeah, it didn't matter if they're all women. I didn't care they're women, but they have no relation to the Ghostbusters. Like, have them be daughters or relatives, or you didn't have to all be relatives. Like, one of could have been a friend, and then they just had this
the
weird
tone was all wrong.
But if you wanted to go completely new with it and just remember, they shouldn't have brought back the cameos, because then you just make a completely thing calling it Ghostbuster completely. Just if you don't have these guys to bring attraction, to use their names to bring them in for gimmicks, go completely new. Don't even use Zool. Do different things, if you're going to be your own thing. But they wanted the name of Ghostbusters, make something, kind of like the mouse does with Star Wars. Anybody will come buy it. Well, we're learning people will not just go buy something because it's Trek or Star Wars or Ghostbusters. People, they're watching out for their money. And if you show disrespect to the franchise, like I said, if it was a completely one and they just didn't try to tie it back to any of the original stuff, maybe it had a chance. But when you do that, and when you go and attack the old guard fans, and expect them to like it, and they also had their own problems with that movie. One of the worst was Holtzman's character. Was so freaking creepy the way, McKinnon's a great actress, but they made her like really bizarrely creepy. My oldest kid had a problem with the way the comedian, the loud comedian lady, I can't remember her name, but Leslie Jones felt like that whole role right there was stereotypical in some ways and did not like the role. And wouldn't watch the movie because of things like that. So, it had its own problems, and then sitting there.
No, I'll go one further. There's two other places the movie could have went and should have went, and that was first of all the biggest thing I think that I have against the film, and most people do, is that this movie did get in the way of a Ghostbusters 3, right? Because there was a time that, if you follow our videos, that we have the actual email proof that there was going to be an Ivan Reitman produced Ghostbusters 3 that got stopped dead in its tracks because Amy Pascal wanted to make an all-female Ghostbusters. That was her initial goal. It had nothing more than that. And when Paul Feig, if you get into his emails, if you read what he really wanted to do, he wanted to do this interdimensional space thing. It's like, dude, clearly he is more into something like Men in Black. Why don't you have him do Women in Black? At least then you can play with the title, because that's what he'd want to do. Or he should have just done what he already was doing, and that was take the idea of something like Ghostbusters and make it its own thing. Because that's what Heat, that's what Spy, that's what Bridesmaids all were. They're male-driven type comedies where it's like you take something like Bachelor Party, but you put women in it. You take something like Lethal Weapon, but you put women in it. You take 007, but you put a woman in it. That's his gimmick. So why didn't you have it just be that these girls are like Ghostbusters? You could have called it Ghost Breakers or whatever, just to kind of make it a nod. But then I don't think we'd even be having this conversation right now, because then it would have been another one of his movies that probably would have done well, because that's where I think his groove was. Paul Feig's groove was taking these male-driven, and I understand why they wanted to do that to a point. But Ghostbusters is one of those movies that I argue is just untouchable. Okay, right. It's just untouchable. And I don't know if it was Mark, you've said this before, or Clobby, I think you may have actually said it before too. Somebody said it at some point, and recently we were talking on either Toxic Tuesday or on Mead about Ghostbusters 2's biggest problem is that it had to follow Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that was me. I think, yeah.
Because that's so true of all the sequels now, right? Because listen to what Clobby's saying about this movie at the end of the day. Is never gonna, none of them are ever gonna live up to that first film. Why? Because Ghostbusters is a perfect movie, like Wizard of Oz, Gone with the Wind, RoboCop, all perfect movies. Just like this. Perfect. And they should not be touched. Should not be touched. At that point, you're gonna make a sequel, fine. But don't try to remake Gold. It's just not going to happen. The best you can hope for is a movie that's as decent as this, Afterlife, and Ghostbusters 2 were at the end of the day. Sure, we could nitpick them to death.
Yeah.
But I actually adored Afterlife. I've seen that movie like 5 or 6 times now. I saw it twice in the theater.
The ending. The ending.
The first time, I'll admit it. The first time, it made me fucking cry. I'll admit it as a man.
It makes me cry every time I watch it.
Yeah, we watched it today, and there's emotional. But I tell you, it captured the heart and spirit of that that emotion right there. And one of the biggest controversial debate I have with my kids and stuff about, and I think it's been around, is when do you use animation or whatever CGI to stand in for somebody that has passed? The big debate around what they did in Rise of Palpatine and maybe Last Jedi with Carrie Fisher, but like, at what point is it proper? And of course, you talk to the estates, and I know it's about financials, but there's kind of the moral question about when is it good, when is it not, when is it respectful, when is it not. But that one with Harold Ramis, though, that was like a love letter to the fans of, and if they had tried it in this movie again, it would have ruined it. But for the end of Afterlife was just like the goodbye that all the fans got to say to Harold Ramis and the group and the buddies there. So that's one of the most.
Oh, I agree. Like
one of the most powerful moments ever.
If anything, was more of a love letter to Harold Ramis, and like you just said, it was the chance for the fans to finally say goodbye.
Thank you. What Star Wars did not do for the fans with the with the big actors there. We never got that.
And once you got past that point, that's why I love Frozen Empire. Frozen Empire. This movie is made for the die-hard, hardcore, watched every single episode, recorded it, analyzed them, loved the first 3 or 4 seasons of the show before it went to crap. That's what this is for. Those guys like us that were there on opening day of Ghostbusters 2, we were chomping at the bit, like couldn't get enough Ghostbusters in our lives. Because there's a moment in my childhood, I remember Superman and Spider-Man were kind of my first things I kind of remember, besides He-Man came in, and all of a sudden He-Man was just dominant for a while there. And then I went from He-Man to Ghostbusters. And then it was nothing but Ghostbusters until Ninja Turtles came into my life.
Well, don't they mention in Ghostbusters 2 when they go to the kids party, and then and the kids are yelling, "He-Man, we want He-Man, we want He-Man."
Yeah, which is funny because at that time Ninja Turtles was doing to Ghostbusters what Ghostbusters did to He-Man, right? And I'm just saying, like, there was other things that I enjoyed, but those were the dominant forces in the boy-driven markets. You had He-Man, which was the biggest toy ever for boys. It even beat Barbie for a short time. So that was something that was unheard of. And then you had Ghostbusters come along and was almost equally as successful. And then Ninja Turtles came and blew that out of the water. It was almost as successful or even more successful in some ways than He-Man, especially once you factor in that Ninja Turtles is still going strong 45 years later, where He-Man still can't quite get his footing. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just such a great IP. You want them to continue it, but you also want them to honor it too. So that's the problem.
That's what I felt like this movie was doing. For better, for worse, it honored the fans. Now I get where Klobby has issues with it and certain things. Like I see a lot of people range between 6 and 7s and whatever. But like anybody who look, if you thought it was a 4, that's fine. It's subjective. But at the end of the day, I feel like this movie did exactly what it set out to do, and that was make the fans happy. Now, it has problems. It definitely has problems.
I also think that they made it to a way to kind of pass the mantle to the new Ghostbusters, and so that they can go on. So if they don't do cameos in the next Ghostbusters, it's okay because they've kind of passed that mantle on. It'd be nice to still see some cameos, but I think that that's important. They don't, just kick them aside, say they're old men, go away. They, did what they love. They're still doing what they love. They'll probably still be somewhere in the universe doing what they love, which is ghost busting of some sort. But they've passed it on to the new team. And have given their blessing to it in a sense, where they can continue the franchise.
They passed it on in a way, but also making it to where the old guard, whatever you want to call it, because counting Janine in there, they're still a big part of this, right? They're respected, and that was the big thing I loved about this movie, and that's where I think people are overlooking. Besides the family element and certain other things, was Ray, like we talked about earlier, where he's representative of the old guard in a way. Like he's representing the old fans as like, we don't want to let go of these guys, right? Yes, we understand that we are going to have to, but we're still not quite ready to yet. And I think that's what I liked best about this movie is like we got very little of the guys in the last film. This film made sure we got enough. And I agree, we should have got some more Bill Murray. I can't get enough Bill Murray. And his bit, because to answer the question from earlier, my favorite scene in the whole movie is Bill Murray's pen scene. Because that's literally a callback to the first movie.
Yeah.
Like the only thing it's kind of missing is where he goes, he should have said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm testing the effect of negative reinforcement on ESP ability." And then the other guy should have said, "Well, it's pissing me off." Like, that's the only thing it's missing, because that's exactly what he's doing, really. But then again, that could have been a little too on the nose, and that's why they didn't. But like,
but that was funny.
That's my favorite scene in the whole movie.
During that scene, I noticed that there was kind of a maturity in Venkman. Did I say his name right? I'm so bad about saying him. Because, as he's throwing the pin, he's seeing the flame doing its thing. And he's like, oh, let's see if that does it. He actually was doing the experiment to see if
Puppies,
it worked.
Kill them, or
but there really wasn't a lot of reaction about when he started throwing the pin. He started getting mad, and that flame behind him started going up, and he kind of was looking at it like, oh, well, let's see, and he kept throwing them. He actually was doing experiment and and testing it out, which he didn't do the first time we saw him use the headset. It was basically just to get laid. So I thought that was kind of neat that he was maturing as a scientist in a sense. You saw it in that scene.
No, you actually got him to do well. I mean, this is one of the few times we actually got him to see him doing what he actually does have a PhD in or whatever, right? Psychology.
Yeah.
And it's kind of where he's actually being a real doctor after he knocks Dana out in the first movie, right? He's sitting there and that's where you see Venkman totally change demeanor. He goes from being goofy Venkman to, we got a serious issue here kind of tone, more so a little bit, So like, and that's what I like about him in that sense. But again, you're seeing the similar thing here, but he's having fun with it. But at the same time, he is doing, like you just said, it's on purpose this time. It's an actual thing now. He's not doing it just to get laid. And that's what I said. Like it works so well because it's a great callback to that original scene.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you do get a lot of stance in this movie. Aykroyd, he's a real character. The last movie, one of the faults was maybe it was just too much of just a cameo. Kind of understand why they.
Well, and after rewatching the film now, I understand. Like when you see it the first time, it's a little jarring. But when you rewatch it, you realize that the way the time frame of the movie goes, Phoebe calls him from jail. For him to get from New York with the guys to Somersville, that means he literally, after she hung up on him, he went and got the guys and they left. So they were coming so that's where the time frame is, because mom's out on a date with, and that's all the same night as they get possessed and stuff, because that's the next morning when they're out in the desert there or whatever.
Yeah, so the movie takes place and it's a pretty compressed time. But
that's the same day. It's not the next morning. It feels like it because of the storm. That's what I meant to say. But it's all still in the same night. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Yeah.
I flipped myself around.
No, but you always want more. Like with the when it's just the cameo.
Yes.
You always.
But it feels like they're so separated. I know people were saying because like it feels like just a jarring cameo at the end. But it's like, well, actually, it makes sense because as soon as she hung up on him, that means he ran and got the guys, and that's the surprise is they didn't want us to know that. Right.
Yeah. But no, it's a good, they have a nice role in it, but it's just not a huge, like I said,
no. And that's why I like it here. And you're right. And this is, even though it's a little bit more of a passing of a torch properly, right? Like this is again, are they doing it as well as Cobra Kai? Not quite as well. But they are doing what the Star Wars films could have done and should have done.
Yeah, right? Get the whole gang back together, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you get
exactly.
You got one shot. You got one shot. I think that what sums it up the best was, that interview with Jar Jar with the actress before Rise of Palpatine, and they like, "What's your reaction?" And Anthony Daniels like clueless, like, "This is what we get after 40 years," and it's the one thing that fans waited for like crazy was to get the gang back together. But it's again, like we talked early on about, we get used to the typical Hollywood. The typical Hollywood approach was to bust up a marriage, made Han Solo deadbeat dad, and it's a formula playbook that they do. And sorry, it's one passionate with me, Tom, because that.
I totally agree with you, man.
We will never get that. That was the one shot. Even Star Trek Generation, if you like Star Trek Next Generation, you got them coming back together with some of these shows and stuff they did. We never will ever get that with Star Wars.
It's gone.
No, I totally agree with you, and that's what it should have been like, right? Like Rey being the mentor here.
And then we get them back, and then Luke Skywalker's drunk Uncle Jake that well, we'll kill him off too quickly, you know?
No, yeah, and that's what I was.
Couple of wavy lines.
Sorry, this isn't your lucky day.
Basically, you know,
Do you think I have it, Dr. Venkman?
You're no fluke, Jennifer.
Sorry to play those intros.
You should have kept going. I love when Rey walks in there and he walks in there. I was in the middle of something, Rey, and slapping Rey. That was
something, Rey. I need a little more time with this subject. Could you come back in an hour, hour and a half?
Yeah, I remember what I was going to say now is, you got Rey. That's what I loved about Rey in this movie, playing kind of like the grandpa / mentor role to Phoebe.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we wanted out of Luke, right? Like sometimes you got to play to expectations.
Mm-hmm.
We figured going into that movie, Luke's going to basically be in the Obi-Wan Kenobi role now, right?
Right.
Yep.
Sometimes you just got to play to those expectations. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Sometimes.
And actually, you need to go with it, because otherwise we see what's happened. It completely destroyed anything going forward. I mean, because a lot of people checked out at that point. Because if you look at, one of the biggest problems that I think, started, and when they started with, they didn't have source material, they didn't have all the quotes that we all know about, they had nothing to work with, which we know is bunk. But then they made this thing that they fundamentally changed all of Star Wars going forward. And this is why I have a problem with anything Star Wars. No matter how much people try to justify it, personally to me, Star Wars was nothing but the bloodline of Anakin Skywalker. That's it. And that was the way George had written it. That's the way they expanded it, because you had in the future, you had the descendants of Luke Skywalker, even to Cade Skywalker way in the future. It was about his bloodline. And now what they did is they completely hijacked it off into other universe and another thing, which it never was intended to be because of this. Now, why are you claiming name? What is the purpose of Rey claiming Skywalker's name?
Oh, no, that's a modern thing. That's horrible.
But when they did that, they just destroyed what Star Wars was meant to be.
Oh, I agree. They killed the Skywalker bloodline. They undone everything George did. You're 100% correct.
And I love Padme's line. I love Padme's line in Revenge of the Sith when she's telling Anakin on Mustafar, "You're just taking a path I can't go." And frankly, that's, for me as a Star Wars fan, it's kind of where it goes with that.
No, and if these new characters' place had been earned, then I don't think anybody would have had a problem had episode 2 or 3 or whatever the newer films or whatever you call them, episode 8 or 9, would have ended with Leia turning to Luke and saying, "No, our war is almost over, but theirs has just begun," kind of thing, right? That we'd have totally been accepted of that at that point, because we know that their time is ended, and now it's going to be handed down to the next generation. And that's the same thing here with people where they're like, I've seen a lot of people gripe about Phoebe, and that's fine. If you don't like Phoebe, then cool. The movies are just not for you. To me, that last movie hinged completely on whether or not you like that character or not. Because if you don't, then it's just not going to jive with you. But to me personally, I felt like she captured the spirit of Egon while also doing her own thing at the same time. And she made me give a shit about her character.
Yep.
And that's a rare thing for some of these new characters to do, because that whole movie hinged on her character alone mostly. And that's why I don't mind the quote unquote cameo bit at the end so much, because it's like, you know what? They didn't even have to show up. It shouldn't have mattered at that point. It's great for us to have it there. It's gravy. But to me, the story was already more about Egon and his granddaughter. Yes. So that's what mattered most. And then in this movie now, that's where we get the proper, like you guys were saying, like this should have been what The Last Jedi was, where we get all the team back together. They're all fighting together. Yep. So, this is exactly what. So some of the negativity that's surrounding this movie, I really wish it wasn't, because this is the greatest conversation I've had so far about this movie. in the last 3 days because it's actually just about everything. I mean, yeah, we did touch on some of the other stuff. You know,
and I just want to say,
but I
clearly,
love just talking about it in general with fans who just like. I'd like to see where this franchise goes. I love all the stuff I loved in it, all that stuff. Yeah,
I just went on a little rampage with Star Wars just because it's to me. But I always tell everybody, look at stuff. If you like it, you like it, and that's fine. And I support your right to like it. I just, for me personally, you know, I don't take my word for it. Judge things for yourself, and that's the way I say it in the day. It's just for me personally, as a lifelong Star Wars fan, having collected. You know, that's kind of where they've gone. I shut myself down. But in any other franchise, I'm like, I'll kick the tires and say, but to others, I say, don't listen to me, judge for yourself. I just wanted to say that real quick, Mark.
No, yeah, it's and I'd like to talk, you know, I didn't know that Phoebe thing was going to be such a big controversy. When I came home, I'm like, oh, is there something there? Like I said, and then it kind of did blow up, and it really does take away from the discussion of the movie because whatever's there that you can infer, there's not much there, right? There's nothing overt there. It's just you reading into it however you want as a fan. You can take it either way, but it's not like, you know, in the old days you had the Kirk and Spock fan fiction where they were always shipping those two together. But it was, you know, at the comic book convention there was some, you know, indie, you know, graphic novels or comics or whatever fan fiction people would write, which is fine, you know, harmless, and it's fine. But yeah, there was nothing overt in this, and there's a lot to unpack in this movie. And I think they've done a nice job in setting up that next generation, which is what you do want to see. And the character Phoebe is well written. McKenna Grace is a really good actor. Finn, you know, Trevor, you know, his character is, you know, as the older brother is well done too. And the family dynamic, right? There's a lot of blended families these days too, right? Unfortunately, I think more than half of marriages end in divorce. So they do a nice job touching on everything. Isn't roses, right? Everything's not perfect. You know, Phoebe is a, you know, rebellious teenager getting into trouble, and not that she's a bad kid, but she just, you know, God, you know, I thought I knew everything at age 15, and then. You know, then I see the same thing in with my kids, you know, growing up, like, you know, you think you know everything, and you don't, right?
Oh, she's just like a 15-year-old, yeah. Especially she kind of reminded me of my kid, because even though my kid's autistic, he still had a sharp little tongue, right? like that bit where she's like, you know, the only reason you're a Ghostbuster is because you're a Spangler. If it wasn't for that fact, you'd be answering the phones. You know, like that line was like, oh, and I even went, oh shit.
You say that, and you know, I was looking at it and I'm going, I think the character, there's a lot of social awkwardness, and she said one line in the first movie that said, you know, why aren't you scared? And she said, it calms me.
Yeah, excitement or overstimulation calms me. Yes,
calms me, and I think that's why
basically is an autistic thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of not getting social cues, not you know, knowing that, you know, how to deal with society and stuff, because you just don't get it, and I think that was a lot with this character, and I like that they didn't, you know, go, oh, she is this, blah, blah, blah. You know, she's smart, she's 15, and she's socially awkward for whatever reason. And I just think that made a great combination for this character, because it allowed her to fumble around a lot more than, you know, and she would just say what she thought. You know, I can't believe you said that. I really thought you were going to behave.
Well,
because that wasn't the right thing.
Yeah.
Because she had to. I feel she has to tell the truth. She has to. You know, her personality won't allow her to sugarcoat or, you know, do what is socially acceptable if it's not right.
Well, wasn't Egon a lot the same way? And you know, he was
similar,
kind of socially awkward,
similar,
but you know, when it came down, he said exactly what was his mind. Like the firehouse had metal fatigue everywhere. The building should be condemned. I mean, he did, you know, just what come up, come out. You know.
Oh yeah, very much so. And not only that, and this is one thing that I will also say about, like, because people are like trying to go on the whole like, well, why would she be a ghost for 2 minutes? Like, because that's exactly what Egon would do.
Right?
Like one of the first things we hear from him is like, remember that time you tried to drill a hole in your head? That would have worked if you hadn't stopped me.
Yes.
Because Phoebe is so much, and that I also love that, because that's kind of like that. Also, that scene with her, and that's where her and Paul Rudd first really kind of connect in the Afterlife film, because they have that little talk about how science is not supposed to be safe, or science isn't exactly safe. She's like, little piddly glasses, Then he goes on that whole thing about how scientists, inject themselves with smallpox and all that, like just that whole idea. So she's reckless like that, like her grandpa was. And
this reminds me of the time you tried to drill a hole through your head. Remember that?
That would have worked if you hadn't stopped me.
So, Tom, if you do need any Ghostbusters clips, I pretty much have the whole movie clip now. So
that would have worked if you hadn't stopped.
You ever want me to send you some? But I think I've got.
My other favorite Egon line is from part 2, and it's like, you guys didn't even have a slinky, any toys at all. We had a slinky, or we had half a slinky, but I straightened it.
That was a great line, and this one is great from the first movie.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
Was it you, Mark, that corrected it the other night on Toxic
It's
Tuesday?
fungi.
Fungi, yeah.
It's fungi. That's one
They
of our.
still didn't correct that in Afterlife, because I noticed that in his basement he had the spores, molds, and fungus, etc.
Yeah, because that was one of with my buddy Rob, who unfortunately passed away.
And he had the ghost sniffer there, and he had the whatever that machine was, that one kid that was rolling it out when they're getting kicked out of the college, that was in his office.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, that was.
There's a bunch of little Easter eggs in there, and then in this film you had a bunch of Easter eggs from part 2, like the obvious ones when they bring out the mood slime and they have the slime blaster in the background. But also, I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but me, down by the containment unit is the boom box from Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
The one that they play the Ghostbusters song at the party. Yeah, there's so many. So I'm like, I want to see it. I've seen it twice, but I'm sure there's more that I've missed, because there was like 30, I think, some in the first movie. But yeah,
there's two. I've watched it twice, and I missed the little in the background at the end. That's what was the quote? It's Dickless or something. What was the comment?
Hey, Dickless.
Yeah. I missed that twice. The missus said she heard it. Mark said he heard it. So
I saw it in an Atmos theater, and it sounded like it was coming off from the left rear to me. So I mean, it may depend on what theater you're seeing it and how they're configured.
I heard it on both of them, and he did not hear it at all.
Yeah, I heard it though. Yeah.
I said, "Did you not hear the Dickless line?" And he's like, "No, I didn't." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it was so funny."
Yeah, you could definitely hear it. It was definitely in the background.
It was when the crowd started turning on him. Yeah.
But the thing is that the crowd wouldn't have known that he said that, because it was said in.
No, I think it's just a general thing that they're calling him that. Yeah.
But he just is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows him as Dickless. Yes.
Well, and at that moment, like, the crowd's with the Ghostbusters, and he's out there, he's about to shut him down, right? So I think that's why it's just like a off the cuff remark that just happens to be,
and you it's like, and you will have saved 5 million registered voters. Lenny.
I
they kind of did that same thing. They kind of did that at the end of this one with
Wally.
You know when he was about ready to ream him, and they're like, we know you're here to thank us for all we did. They kind of twisted it around the same way, and he kind of got to thinking, wait a minute, if I do something to them now, I'm not going to be reelected. You can see those same wheels turning. I don't remember what Winston said, but he kind of said something kind of along those same lines. And I thought it was interesting that they had Winston kind of doing that little thing instead of Bill Murray.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised too.
That surprised me.
But I think
Twinkie quote here. Let me play this.
Yeah.
According to this morning's sample, it would be a Twinkie 35 feet long, weighing approximately 600 pounds.
That's a big Twinkie.
But then again, I think if Venkman delivered a line, it wouldn't have been as powerful as the serious businessman financier doing it in public eye. I mean, Ernie Hudson delivered the line wonderful and seriously, and with it came to me. It came off a lot more serious and powerful than if Bill Murray had done the line.
Oh, I agree. I agree with you.
Because
but I still think it was weird.
Yeah.
Did anybody else
Egon's
notice
the
that?
scientist.
Since you had that one picture of the two kids up on the roof, did anybody else notice that from the trailer that like whatever reason that everybody else was up on the roof with their jackets on, that scene was not in the movie? Like, there's a bunch of stuff missing. Like, I want to go through the trailers again.
I stay away from the trailers because I don't want to be spoiled when I see a movie because the trailers are too long.
Okay, they're up at the trailer. They're up at the trailer. There's a bike moving. Oh, well, let's not do anything about it. There's a bike moving. You're a freaking, Ghostbuster, people.
It's the possessor.
It's possessed,
That was obvious, right? Yeah.
Lucky was at the facility where the possessor was.
She would have known what it is. Yeah.
And she's like, there's a moving bike. Wait.
That's actually a good point.
And let's go downstairs now. Let's not try to, contain it.
Yeah, that's logical stuff.
Lucky ticked me off in this movie.
Right down there. Go roll down a little bit. There's the shot right there. See, they're all four
on the jacket.
That is not. I don't remember that in the movie. Do you guys?
It wasn't. No. Only Lucky and Trevor were on the roof.
That's what I was thinking.
Good catch, Tom. Good.
That's what I'm saying. There's a whole bunch of this movie that feels like it's missing, and not only that, we've seen a bunch of shots and stuff in the trailer. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Yeah, look at the cool Ghostbusters jacket.
Because everybody made a big deal out of those. Yeah. Because those are like expensive jackets, I guess. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
You can buy them?
Yeah, they're real jackets. They were fitted for Ghostbusters, but like the real jackets that they bought are like a couple grand or something like that. Because they're actually like, they're like a special kind of jacket.
For like Arctic exploration, if you're going to Mount Everest.
Like people were going out to buy them or whatever. Yeah,
and I gotta say this. And why would they have them if they're for Arctic exploration?
It's actually called. They actually had something similar in one of the episodes too. So there's a lot of callbacks. See, and that's the other thing is I'm trying to find this other episode of the series where I swear there's one episode where I think Egon himself became a ghost and went into the containment unit, I think. And then there's another episode where I think it's Ray that is like talking to this little child ghost too. But it's very similar to the Melody story. So like, I've been scouring through the episodes, but there's a ton of episodes, unfortunately. And it's been years since I've watched them all. And the collection I have isn't complete because Sony hasn't released a complete collection, only through Lifetime. And good luck.
They haven't released all the cartoons?
No, and good luck getting the full collection. It has been. But it was a limited edition through Lifetime years ago. And good luck getting your hands on it for like less than like $500 now.
Wow. So they did have a DVD set at one
point, but it was through Life.
Limited.
Yeah, through Life, and it was expensive then, and it's even
like Time Life, you mean? Like
Time Life. Yeah.
Like you could subscribe to those books and get one every month. And
it was a special exclusive thing through them. Yeah.
I had a friend who, my dad loved aerospace, so he was buying one of those Time Life books they used to sell, like on the series, and he was working on them out of college, first job. And he said they would keep printing those damn books as long as there's a minimum number of people buying them. Like, if you bought like the great fighter jets of World War II, it would go to like, 20 books, 10 books, because like they just kept printing those suckers as long as they had enough.
As long as people would buy them.
I had mine pre-order, and it got canceled because they ran out.
Oh,
I was so pissed
on the DVD.
And then Sony brought out another set that has like 80% maybe of the episodes, maybe less than that. Like they're not all there, and there's some technical issues with a bunch of them too. So it's a really cruddy set, and it's off of video, so it looks like crap.
That's horrible. Yeah. And one other practical question I have to ask is this guy, who's the bad guy, whatever his name is,
Garak or whatever.
Garak. He gets the horns back on. Yeah. How does he get out of that dungeon once he's got these horns on his head again?
He kind of tips his head sideways and kind of.
That's why they don't show us, because he can't do it with style.
Yeah, he looks kind of dorky.
There's a YouTube channel for somebody to take all these awkward scenes you don't see in movies.
Right?
Oh, that's the stormtrooper scene from Ghostbusters.
Yes. Oh, there's the bevy of those things. Like what happened in between certain scenes? Like there'd be that awkward moment where they had to because that's a great question. Like, how do you do that?
How do you get out of that dungeon? There's no way. You're not fitting out of there. It's like put the horns on after. I mean, yeah, because he's putting. Where's the? They don't show the scene there, but I was that's the kind of thing a nerd or geek would ask. Like what happened? Yep. Oh, Brogu's headed out, but take care, Brogu. Thank you for being here, and hope you have a great week. And he says, enjoy the coming week, and always remember, this is the way. Thank you, Brogu. Yep. Take care. Yep. Let me look up the Ghostbusters animated series because that's a huge part of Ghostbusters franchise too. It's
there is a YouTube channel now that I don't know if they have all the episodes on it yet or not, but
they're playing a bunch of them.
Yeah, but it's the same masters that I have, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, here's the Filmation
Ghostbusters. Go Busters. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah.
But there were how many seasons were there? 7 seasons altogether? 5 seasons?
Something like that. Ninja Turtles was the only other one that I know of that went longer than that, if you don't count like Scooby-Doo and Bugs Bunny and stuff like that, because of
it ran forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bugs Bunny's all reruns anyway, but the Scooby-Doo would just end one version and they start another version.
And hail to Devil Flyer Momentum. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
But Saturday morning cartoons and also having them during the day, I think that's something that Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters were one of the only ones to have that going, and they both ran for many, many years. So
yeah, look, 7 seasons. Oh, we got a super chat here. Let me highlight that.
Oh,
thank you, RTNZ. He says, when Ray Stan screamed, it's 106 miles to Chicago, broke through the dragnet to trade places with some coneheads in the great outdoors, I smiled. Well, that's a round of applause there. Yep. That's awesome. And some video clips here.
It's like 6 degrees of Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm getting a little tired of this.
You volunteered, didn't you? We're paying you, aren't we?
Yeah, but I didn't know you were going to be giving me electric shocks.
What are you trying to prove here anyway?
Yeah.
Trying to prove the effect of negative reinforcement on ESP ability.
Yeah.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Why?
It would be bad.
It would be bad.
It's just that line.
What is it?
That would be bad. Yep.
The effect? I'll tell you what the effect is. It's pissing me off.
Well, then maybe my theory is correct.
You can keep the $5. I've had it.
I will, mister.
Anybody guess what it is? Anybody want to test their ESP ability? I have the cards right here.
Oh yeah, let's put Tom on. Yep, let's put Tom on here. Yep, let's try the ESP ability here.
I was wrong. The cross was in the movie. I was wrong.
Oh, the cross was in the movie. Okay.
Yeah, they all are. Yeah, these are just the cards that were in the movie. There's probably a whole deck of them.
All right, who wants to go first? Ladies first, Mrs.
Well, everybody can guess, but yeah.
Okay.
3 squiggly lines.
That's what I was going to say. 3 squiggly lines.
Square.
Klobby, you want to guess?
Oh, Klobby had to run out for a second. Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, actually, you got it, Mark.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mark.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was just
Mark,
shocked.
you marked the card. Oh, wait. From the end of Afterlife. You marked the cards, didn't you? You know?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
I get go, Mrs.
I don't remember the ones that were in the movie. Circle?
Okay, all right. So just so you guys know, just to be fair, that's true. There's the wavy lines, of course. There's the circle, there's the star, there's the square, and the plus.
Okay.
Or cross, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I say
all right.
It's a circle. It's a circle.
You say it's a circle? Okay. What did you say, Dadman?
Cross.
Say it's a cross. What about you,
Star.
Mark?
Star. Go with
star. Is it a star? It is a star. Very good. Are you looking at? No, actually, it's a circle.
Oh, crud. Wait, I just got a shock. I felt it. All right, Mrs. You can go first. Yep.
Oh gosh, I suck. Wavy lines.
I'm going to stay with a cross again.
I'm going to go with wavy lines. Yep.
It's a couple of wavy lines.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. Oh, we're going to play that lottery.
I'm sorry, Dad, man. This isn't your lucky day.
I'll go over and
pissing me off.
I'll go over and hit him later.
All right, what do we think this is?
cross.
Okay.
I'm going with star.
Dad, man.
I'll go star because what should be cross, but I'll go star.
Boy, you have a very clairvoyant wife there.
Wow,
Miss Dad, man. Then we had the star is what's left. So, like, obviously, everybody would have guessed that. So there you go.
Just a couple of wavy lines. Sorry, this isn't your lucky day.
Good job.
That's awesome.
Very good job. Yeah.
And then Gary Ambrosia made those cards.
Yes,
for
thank you
right?
again, Gary, for that. Yes.
That's awesome.
You did an amazing job on them. And actually, I believe these popped up in Afterlife in the background, too, of one of those scenes, too, if you look close enough. There's a ton of stuff in there. Yeah, it's all over throughout the films. It's either that one or this one. Now I'm getting crossed over. See, that's the problem.
Which movie was it, right? Yeah.
Oh, no, and then we also had, no, that's right, we had the scene with him in it, so maybe it wasn't in the background. That's what I was trying to remember. I had a whole list of the Easter eggs because I was trying to see which ones I missed from the first one when I watched it the other night. And I got most of them. There was a couple of them I missed, but yeah.
No, it's always fun to have those in there, and it doesn't take away from the movie too to have small Easter eggs where it's behind the scenes or someone notices it, versus having the whole movie be member bearers. Then it can get ridiculous. But if you got stuff in the background, that's
like I laughed my ass off in the scene in the new one where they're walking through the facility and you see the slime blaster in the background. They blast the guy and he goes flying. Did you guys see that?
yeah, because she's blasting the guy. I'm like, what's going on? I mean, it's some kind of internship here. Yeah. It's like, my God, she's getting.
She was playing with the mood slime. Yeah.
It's like, aren't there anyone else? Isn't anyone else working here? They can only hire interns.
I know.
Does Winston have more money or what's going on? Yeah.
They just shoved Lucky in there. Unfortunately, they should have just let her either be with the family, like her and Trevor, or like trying to cohabitate or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some come up with a better explanation for why she's there.
Otherwise, they just could have left her out. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess they didn't.
And have her come in the next one.
But yeah. But
I get it, but like nitpicky shit at that point. But yeah.
But I wonder, do you think it's going to get a sequel, Tom? Or
I think the chances are better than not. But like I was saying earlier, I'm kind of hedging this idea of how many of the bigger stars are we going to get back in the next film? Because they're going to probably have to start watching the budget. And we do have an animated series coming to Netflix still.
Now, somebody in one of my chats earlier mentioned the possibility of the third movie being related or off the animated stuff, but
Jesus, it went up.
But here's what I think with the next movie: maybe it's the time for the new people to take over and less of the old guard, less of the cameos. They pull back now that we know their roles and what they're doing behind the scenes. That it is time for the actual transition. Where it becomes the focus is back on the newer ones and the old guard goes back in the background.
Could be, but I think the next film is going to kind of follow what the Jurassic World franchise should have more or less done. And that is, like I said, I think the next one's going to be more about, we got all these ghosts everywhere. And maybe that's what the series will also touch on. Because I know there's been talks of like creating other new Ghostbuster groups for other areas too. So
right, and
you could see that.
Are you talking about like a TV series?
Yeah, it's supposed to be on Netflix, an animated show.
But I'll be honest, kind of the thing that runs through my mind, and we've had debates before, is are some of these franchises like Star Wars was theatrical, was movie, are all these, just because a franchise has a theatrical success, does it translate to being a good television series? Or are we better off keeping some of these franchises only in the theaters and some only on television?
Yeah, I mean, you've got these great limited series now, or
oh boy,
longer series.
And I have no idea if the animated show is going to follow the movies and be about Phoebe and all those guys, or it's going to be a whole different Ghostbuster group. I have no clue. So I just heard about it, that it's still supposed to be coming, but yeah.
If they're going to be like doing Ghostbusters, like different areas, are there like different areas in the United States, or just like different? Do you know anything more about the?
No, I just know that that's stuff they had talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an interview with Dan Aykroyd where he had come up with all kinds of shit where he was talking about, and I don't know what's true and what's not true in it, because it does feel like this was for Afterlife. So some of the ideas that he said in that interview actually come into Afterlife. So I'm like, okay, so maybe he's serious about some of those things. Because one thing he did say in that is he's like, I got a whole prequel about the guys.
Oh, wow.
And everybody kind of laughed. He's like, no, I'm serious. And he's like going off about it. Like, he's like, yeah, but you know, how they meet and all that kind of stuff about Ray and Egon.
I'd be curious to figure out who they would cast to play them.
That might be something better in animation too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it would be really hard to find. I can't think of anybody right off the top that would.
Well, and then that way you could just get them all to do voices, and then you have like Maurice LaMarche come in and do, you know, the voice for Egon.
Egon, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this box set is amazing. It's 725 snacks.
God, it went up since the last time
Wow.
I looked. Jesus.
That's
Mark, do you need to run your disclaimers and stuff?
No, that's okay. Yeah,
okay.
Something like this. It's only when you did the short videos that I got. I was doing too many of the 15-second short. Yeah, but if you're talking and stuff, I don't think that. Yeah,
I hope Six is not serious about the Ghostbusters movie, because then I got to question our relationship.
Dadman would like to have you on the stream, I guess. Yeah, because I know Dadman likes the movie. I watched it. I think I laughed once or twice.
I can understand how hardcore Ghostbuster fans might actually kind of like 2016, and I'm curious if this is the reason why, Dadman. And I'll tell you why, and it kind of goes off of something we were talking about earlier. That movie has the most ghost busting of any Ghostbusters movie in it. They actually bust like 3 or 4 ghosts in the actual movie, as opposed to the other films where we literally see Slimer, the Scoleri brothers, and Muncher outside of the big bads. Yeah, and that's probably why I think some of the Ghostbuster fans like it, because there's just a bunch of ghost busting.
Yeah, it's like I think what the missus said earlier about one of the with this movie is that it just didn't seem to have enough Ghostbusters. You know, you want more of the ghosts, but yeah, who knows? I like mindless slapstick comedy, and like I said, I can, if I'm able to separate it and understand it's not Ghostbusters, then I can do it. It's, you know, I can make that transition, but you cannot not make it a real Ghostbusters on any level.
And the other movie they're bringing back, speaking of slapstick comedies, Beetlejuice. Did you guys see the trailer for Beetlejuice before Ghostbusters?
I didn't get it in the theater, but I saw it when I got out.
We were watching another movie and saw it, didn't we? Or did we see it at the first time we saw it? Dadman.
It was a good.
Yeah, I actually have. We seen the?
Yes, we did see it. It was a promo at a movie we saw.
I must have slept through it. I don't remember seeing the Beetlejuice trailer. So.
Yeah,
it was a good trailer because
really
it doesn't tell you anything. Yeah, that's the kind of trailer I like. Like Beetlejuice is back. Beetlejuice, and it doesn't tell you anything else. But yeah. I do. Those are the kind of trailers that I like, because it doesn't tell you anything too much about the movie. Because you know, some of these trailers go on for like 3 or 4 minutes, and it's just insane. I mean, it's you know,
again, the risk is, did you see the best parts of the movie with the trailer now?
Yeah, and I did that with Phantom Menace. I watched that trailer, dissected it, and tried to find every bit of information I could find about that movie. And then
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, by the time I saw the movie, I'm like, I'd seen a lot of things, and you know, there's a lot wrong with Phantom Menace, of course, but you know, but when you over dissect it or try to learn too much about the movie, it's like, let me just be surprised, you know, and then you go into do a deep dive into the movie. Yeah,
you know, I mean, and I was kind of goofing around about this earlier in my Mead radio chat, but I've said it before. I'm somebody, I don't understand spoilers. Like, I get it. Some people are like, they really want to be completely unaware when they go into a movie, and that's cool. But to me, I grew up in an era where I literally had Topps cards, comic book adaptations, the novelization, all would come out before the movie, the soundtracks. I knew everything about Ghostbusters 2 going into it. So maybe that's also why I didn't have the reaction that my, you know, cousins and stuff did, who didn't care about so much of that stuff. But to me, if a movie's going to be good, it's going to be good no matter what. Or whatever. So like, to me, I don't know, spoilers are just...
What doesn't bug me as much, but I just rather go in
what bothers me more is when they don't, when like with this movie specifically too, is when they have shit in the trailer that's not in the movie.
The only time
misled, yeah.
The only time spoilers bother me if it's like something that really is a twist, like what was that?
That's fair, movie? Like a Sixth Sense kind of thing,
yeah,
or
Sixth
something like
Sense,
that.
that's the movie. You know that. But
I also grew up in the generation where every poster for the Planet of the Apes also has the twist ending on it. So, you know,
sure, right? Yeah,
it's kind of weird. I get it, but I also kind of live in this world where I'm just kind of like, it's gonna be good no matter what. Like, especially if you look at earlier trailers from like the 80s and stuff, they were some of the crappiest trailers because they literally just like a collection of scenes from the movie that pretty much give away most of the movie. And at the end of the day, like, to me, it's like, if it's a good movie, it's still going to be a good movie. So that doesn't bother me so much. But yeah, I get it. Some people like to go in completely cold, but to me, it's pissier if you're going to put stuff in the trailers and then not have it in the film. That bothers me more than anything.
Well, I was at the Wrath-A-Con. Go ahead, Clappertimes.
I was going to say the original Ghostbusters film has a trailer that has a line in it that was a bit that was cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was at the world premiere of Wrath-A-Con, which I've always talked about because it's one of the greatest nights of my life, other than getting married and having kids and all that great stuff. But,
yeah, and that didn't have the original ending on it yet, did it? Or the the hopeful ending?
No, it did. No, it had that. It was a world. It had it that,
it
that night. It did. Yep. But I got was it Fangoria or magazine that they had stacks of them for Leonard Nimoy to get to sign. I had them signed. Starlog, thank you, Cloud. But yep.
Well, Fangoria was produced by Starlog, so but yeah, it's Starlog.
Starlog, yep. And they had the giveaway. I started reading the article about the movie, and they had the Kobayashi Maru scene. Told you that it was it was just a training scene. But everyone in the movie theater was going crazy because you see that, especially back then, no internet. So I'm like, oh crap! I knew it was a Kobayashi Maru, and that kind of bugged me. It doesn't make it any less, ruin it, but it was just, you just knew it was coming. You want that surprise in the movie theater.
There was rumors out.
Sometimes that surprise is
rumors on that case.
There were rumors that Spock was going to die, right?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We were all arguing about it in front of the theater before we got in.
But I mean, and I'm sure you guys that are older can also remember, though, I'm sure a time where you guys had a completely different idea in your head what the second Star Wars movie was going to be, or the third Star Wars movie was going to be. Right.
It was the second most disappointing thing in my entire geek life at the time. Return of the Jedi, man, I was angry, and I had friends mad at me because I was angry. But I remember, you got to understand, I was just under 19 years old, and I loved Empire Strikes Back so much that I had to walk in there, and a movie I waited for 3 years, and I had to watch teddy bears and infant, something that I felt the thing had been infantilized too much. I hated the way Han Solo was characterized and written in that movie. It took me about almost 35 years to come to Jesus with it in terms of now I like it a lot more. But I hated that movie, or was angry with it. And then, of course, all the horrible things that started happening to Star Wars makes it so much better.
Right.
Oh, Six is headed out, I think, right?
Night, Six.
Take care, Six.
Night, Six, yep. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
Mark, did you see T.Z. Burton was here?
Yes, and thank you, T.Z. I was just said hi to him. Yep, thank you, T.Z. Burton. Yep. Well, no, thank you for, and try not to miss the chat. I'm not as good as Raquel at catching the chat, but
Six said T&P's a perfect movie. So you want to get together and go see The Phantom Menace? It's a big the re-release.
She's got tickets already, I think.
I'm sure
when is that coming out?
In a couple of weeks, I think.
Oh wow.
The upside of that is
that's what confuses me. If that one's coming out, that's what 25
years ago.
But we've not heard anything. This Ghostbusters released in '84, so this would be the 40th anniversary.
Yeah.
They've released Empire in 40 years and several other movies at the 40-year mark. So that's kind of why I'm, especially with this new movie, it's like, why not do a re-release of the original?
That's what I was thinking. It would have made sense.
Yeah.
Are they adding any more?
I'll get tickets.
Are they adding any more garbage to it? Like George Lucas?
No, as far as I know, it's just what it is. But what I was saying is this time it's going to benefit from the fact that the Disney Star Wars films have made people actually interested in the prequels again because I remember going to see the 3D version and there was nobody in the theater.
Yep.
And they canceled the 3D versions of the rest of the movies because it didn't. Yeah, nobody went to see it.
No one wanted it. Yeah, 3D died a painful death.
Well,
right?
it wasn't just in 3D though. You could see it in regular theaters too. That was my point.
Yeah.
At that time, they made the mistake of releasing the prequels first. They should have done it episode 4, 5, and 6, and then did the prequels. And I think it would have.
Yeah.
I think people would have been more receptive to it.
Yeah, yeah. But I did. I mean, that movie's got problems. It's not. God, my God.
And I don't care who you are. What kind of savage introduces their kids to Star Wars and shows them in order?
No, you can't.
Like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? I've seen people do that though. It's like, what are you doing to that child? You've destroyed the entire mystery. And not only that, I've seen some kids have some major issues where they were talking about like, because they had like this reaction video and this kid like broke down because they were so devastated that Anakin went bad. And it's like, you're not even taking that in consideration, are you? Like, these people are falling in love with this character. They like this, this is the person they're following. And you don't realize they're turning bad. Like, we're supposed to see this from a completely different point of view. Right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about in order from 1 through 6? Not order of release?
There's these people that were doing that and they're like showing their kids reactions to it. And this one kid I felt really bad for because she was just devastated that Anakin turned to the dark side. Yep. And it's like, you dumbass, why did you show your kids these in the wrong order? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go.
I'm just saying, not everybody's going to have that same reaction, obviously.
Well, I think they forget that a lot of young kids, what they see on the screen, they have a hard time really differentiating from reality and fantasy, especially if they're younger. And so that's all very real to them. So little Annie was real and, a friend on the screen. And then, like you say, and then he becomes this bad guy who gets his legs burned off. Crap,
Well, we were waiting for it because we knew what was going to happen, right? Because we all had seen the other films already.
Right.
And that's the way it should be viewed, if you ask me.
And you could show them, and then you could prepare them for what's going to happen.
Yeah,
because these kids are going in cold, right? They're going in cold with their first Star Wars movie being The Phantom Menace, so they have no concept of him turning to the dark side, or that's what's going to happen. Right?
Talk about order. I think the natural order has to be the original first because it sets everything else up. If you watch The Phantom Menace, the original Star Wars is a standalone movie that can stand a test of time on its own. Because if you just watched it by itself, never cared anything before or after, it stands there. But none of the others had that same, because you got Empire, which as good as it was, well, why are these guys hiding up on a deserted ice planet, and why is this guy in trouble with a bounty hunter? Jedi was like, had its own things. Well, where we go next? And of course, the prequels, just all they did was lead up to the original movie. That's why I think you have to start with the first one, especially if you're going to introduce new fans or kids to the Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, Matthew, if you want to do this, like I can't remember what this is called, like the shotgun order or whatever it is.
Yeah, the shotgun order. Yeah.
Like if you want to do this for yourself for like your own thing, that's cool. But I'm talking about the first time you're introducing somebody to these. Like, that is not the way to go. Especially, and in fact, actually, I saw and that reminded me, I saw another video, and I know
that scene there, Mark. Sorry,
I know we weren't going to talk much about Star Wars, and I don't remember drifting there too much, but I apologize again. But like, I just saw it was an interesting video where it was an actual adult, like a guy in I think it was his late 20s or early 30s. He was for the first time going to experience the Star Wars movies, and he ended up watching them in order with his friend because his friend insisted on watching them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as he got going, he hated the prequels. But then when he got to 4, he's like, why didn't my friend start me here?
Yes.
Because he's like, I'm slogging through these other movies. He's like, yeah, the last one was better than the rest, but like, this is amazing. He was like going off, just like he's just going off the moon, about how first start, it's like, well, yeah, duh, you should have started with that one. Because then it actually adds to the other films, right? Like, duh, that's the whole point. Release order, exactly.
This is what his friend was.
Is because you're a dumbass.
Yes.
Yes.
I want to do the shotgun order thing for your own personal party. If you've seen them a million times, that's you do you, boo. If you want to watch them 1 through 6 and whatever after the fact, that's cool.
A fan, yeah.
A friend is something like that. You don't that's like bringing them in and watch Jaws 3 before you watch Jaws 1 and then wondering why they don't watch any more Jaws movies.
Jaws, was that the 3D one? Jaws 3D?
Yes. Jaws the Revenge. Either or. Take your pick, right? It'd be like, oh, what's wrong? You don't want to watch Jaws 1 now? No, you just showed me a horrible freaking movie. Why would I want to continue?
Well, because I was at Jaws 3D with my buddy Brian and watching, and we're like, oh my God, we can't believe how horrible this is. And that was back when you had the red and blue 3D glasses, so it looked ridiculous anyway. And it was like, this has got to be the world's worst movie.
I've grown to love it over time, but like, yeah, no, like Jaws 3, Jaws 2, Jaws 2 and 1 are better, obviously, but like Jaws 2 or Jaws 2, 3, and 4 are not nearly on the same level as 1. It's the same thing with Ghostbusters, bring it back around to it. You know, you can't always recapture that magic.
Yeah.
But these last couple movies are doing their best too, and I think the reason they are is because they have Jason Reitman. They're kind of overlooking it. What?
Go ahead. I'm laughing at
What? You were loving it 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. There's the one scene she said, 16 laughs with Chris Hemsworth in an interview.
Yeah, he's the only thing in the movie that's any good.
Well, that offer's still open. I love that's a fun one day to rip apart and talk about.
Mark.
So,
Oh yeah, and Mrs. Dadman has to do her morning show, so she's got to
Yeah,
roll.
we're gonna
So
spread out.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just, she's gonna head out, and we'll only go for a few more minutes. But Mrs., you
Yeah, I
once you
know
head
you
out,
guys. A few more minutes is going to be 4 o'clock.
we're never ending. We're never ending. Yeah.
Me, Mark, and Klobby promise nothing.
yeah, there you go.
And
That's what happens around here.
You're on your own, Dad, man.
Yeah.
I've been up to 5 o'clock in the morning, going to work get up to go to work at 7 on a 6-hour stream. So, you know, when I get going, there's no stopping.
If you wanted to squeeze X-Men in, though, you got to hurry up.
Yeah, we're going.
I haven't watched X-Men, so I'll probably check out before that anyway.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye, and I hope to see you guys at 10 o'clock on my channel Eastern
We'll
time.
put the
in the
link in.
morning.
Yep.
I'm putting the link in right now, Mark.
Oh, you got it. Okay, thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Throw that link in.
All right.
Yep.
And
and
it
Mrs.
was
is 4
fun.
subs away from 200. So
Awesome.
All right, Mrs.
I'm trying. So thank you
Have a good
guys.
one. Have a good night.
Thank you. Yep, it was great hanging with you. Yep, and
Yes, it was fun.
yeah, and you can come anytime, Dadman, every other week, but you can always be here. No, just kidding.
there you go. Priorities on her and get her monetized.
And let's play. Where did they go? Because that's for the missus here. Yep. This is the best. This is the best clip ever from Fortnite, I think. So
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Oh, screw you!
Yay! Thank you. You guys
Thank you.
have a good night, and I will see you later.
You have a good
Take
one.
care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Be good. Yeah. Bye. But it was great having the missus here, and you too, Dad, man. Just kidding.
Oh, I know. Hey, it's all about her right now, and she's look. I can't do anything of what I do without her.
Well,
And
yeah.
she's worked hard,
For
and
sure,
she
yeah.
puts so much quality and time into her stuff. And absolutely, I'll tell you, she's a voice of reason too. I love her opinions.
I'm just trying to see if I find that scene on the rooftop without playing the track. Oh, I did love this the Ghostbusters, the new trap, the flying trap.
Flying trap.
That was awesome. That was cool. And
Oh,
the
you know
car
the
looked
scene that I
great.
liked? You showed the lion again, but it was really neat how you saw the dust fall off the lion when he's up there
Yep.
trying to get to the thing, and then you're like, well, what's coming next? And then you look up and see the lion's looking straight down at him. I mean, that was a really cool scene.
Yep. Oh, is this Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord Slimer? Is that a game or is that a animated
That's what it looks like.
cartoon? Looks like a game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a
That's
game.
it. Oh, it's a game. Okay, yeah, but that could be fun. Yeah, the Ghostbusters game was pretty darn good. The 2009 game. Let's see, final trailer. Let's go through this one and see. This is probably the scene you're talking about, Tom, where they're on the roof. Let's see. Well, I play 2 seconds of it. It's okay, I guess. Yeah. These firemen, that they were creepy. That was a good scene there too. Yep. So
I guess somebody found a factual error in the movie, though. Speaking of these firemen, I guess the hook and ladder was actually twice the size of what it was now back then, because they expanded the street, but they didn't fix that in the flashback sequence. Probably just so people wouldn't get confused. But
because it was actually a longer building, right?
It was actually twice as big as it used to be. It is now.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can go still see that building in New York City. It's still there.
It's still there.
That's interesting. If we get any.
Yeah, because the interiors is a set. It always has been, but the exteriors have always been there. But in fact, that interior set has been used in things like the Mask and a couple other movies too. Yeah.
Oh, they did. No, they reused it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that firehouse? The interiors was from in California. The act that it's modeled after, and the building was in disrepair, and I think they're going to try to turn it into an art studio or do something with it. So the interior, or no, maybe it was recreated. Yeah, it was recreated, like you said, as a set. Yeah, but the building, I think, is at various points fallen into disrepair and obviously not used anymore. But if you Google it, you can see it all online, and that was a cool effect too with the streams turning to ice. I thought that was kind of neat. I'm trying to see if we get that. I think
this is almost the same trailer. Oh, maybe not. I was gonna say, I think this was the same trailer we just watched.
Probably a final trailer. Oh, there's not much in it, but yeah, that clip was definitely.
Well, there's one right there that has deleted and alternate scenes right there already clipped out of the trailers. Did you see that?
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Just
let me click
away
on
from
that.
it.
Yeah. Let me clip through that. Yeah. Let me share it again. Yeah. That kind of stuff is fun. Yeah. When you look through a movie.
Well, they only had one deleted scene from Afterlife on the first.
This is it's a YouTube video. So I'll just put the link in the chat, because if I play it, I don't want.
Oh, I didn't know it was like okay.
No, it's okay. Yeah, but let me put the guy. Everyone go.
Yeah, that's right. That one shot we saw, that early shot we saw of Bill Murray talking to Paul Rudd. That's not in the movie.
Yeah, so he found out. So everyone go watch this trailer, and then this will probably answer a lot of questions. Yep. May like the videos. Yes, it's popular tripe, and he's got good taste because he likes tripe. So
yeah, that's also from the first movie. Your theories of the West cut of popular tripe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yep. But no, I enjoyed the movie.
A scientist and a poor doctor, Mr.
I see.
Yeah, just great stuff. And
but the funny thing is about the deleted scene they got on Afterlife, the one and only one on the Blu-ray. It's actually a bit that got deleted from the first movie. They still never used yet.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And what it is Janine's in the house, and they're talking. It's an extension of what's there, but like the mom says something like, "Yeah, we're just thinking about burning it down for the insurance money."
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You had that clip that you were playing. Yeah, with
that clip.
Extended scene, the last of the petty.
Yeah,
cat,
they
right?
never got that joke in yet. They tried twice. They never got it in.
Right in the middle of something, right? So I was thinking that, you do know that blonde chick.
Did you ever get the numbers back? And if we just burn the place down?
Yeah, that was classic. What do you say, Clever Times?
Oh, no big deal. I was gonna.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to talk. Yeah.
Oh no. The blonde chick in that scene at the beginning is actually Michelle Pfeiffer's sister.
Really?
Yeah.
In which one? The new one?
The girl in the first movie. The blonde chick.
The one that's being tested? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Michelle Pfeiffer's sister? Wow.
Okay.
Never knew that.
Yes, sir.
She's a cutie patootie, as Raquel would say.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's play that clip again and see if we see the family resemblance here. Let's see. Oh, I got to go to the other brand. Yep. Let's see here. Where is it? I got so many clips now, but yeah, that was.
I read it a long time ago.
You're no fluke, Jared. Yeah.
Do you think I have it, Dr. Venkman?
You're no fluke, Jennifer.
You know, fluke, Jennifer. Yeah, it always cuts the end off, but yeah.
Yeah.
She's cute. Yeah, I think I looked up her Wikipedia. She didn't do a lot of stuff, but
yeah,
Just a few things. Yep. So, well, I think we're going to segue to talk a little bit about X-Men 97 if you want to cut out Tom, and we're not going to talk about it too long. And also,
I haven't seen it, so I can't really add anything to it.
Well, if you want to hang,
hanging out with you guys, but I'll just probably slide
you
out.
you
I don't have anything to really add to it. So
no, we gotta appreciate you being here. Yeah, it was great to talk about what was good about the movie and liked or didn't like, or not just controversy. So
it's nice.
Appreciate you hanging with us, and I would have hung out with you the other night on Midnight's Edge, but
no, I heard. I think Klobby told me he had to leave, so I was trying to get it. I was going to see if he wanted to hop on with us.
I appreciate that. Yeah, well, I was actually at a scout meeting.
That's what he said. Yeah,
my civic duty. But no, I always appreciate that invite, and everyone, of course, I think everyone here has got to be sub to Midnight's Edge After Dark and Midnight's Edge. But just in case, if you are not, here is the link, and let me put that in. Of course, Tom always does the awesome Mead Radio, which I love hanging out with. I haven't requested Jethro Tull yet, but be forewarned, it might happen someday.
I have some. I'm trying to think of what's been in movies, but yeah.
I don't know what's been in movies, right? But
I think Aqualung and something else has.
Maybe
Bungle in the Jungle, I think.
Bungle in the Jungle, I think, has been too. Yeah. It should have been in. God, they should have had that in. Ian Anderson's daughter is married to Andrew Lincoln from The Walking Dead. So I'm like, God, he should have gotten some of his father-in-law's music in The Walking Dead, because there's some kind of creepy Jethro Tull stuff could have made it in. But
yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
Yeah. But
no, I'll look and see what he's got. No, I got like his greatest hits album and stuff. So,
she might have been a different chick. I thought that was the same chick I was thinking about.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
I got it swore, but my garbage memory could have swore that was her. Anyway, but her sister was in movies. I don't know that much of it. What was that chick? I've seen her in a lot of stuff. I've seen her in other stuff. I know that much. Anyway, go ahead.
So Clay had found me the episode where Egon turns himself into a ghost. Yes. So I was right about that. Yep. Yeah, he did. Egon's Ghost. It's actually called, surprisingly.
Oh, okay. Now, there you go. Yeah.
Now, if I can just find the episode with the ghost kid or whatever, because like I said, I know two of these elements are things that remind me of the series, and there's all kinds of other little. That was another thing I don't think we even you guys may have discussed before I got here, but I didn't even bring up. I love how they made the stuff from the real Ghostbusters toys and stuff like they existed in their universe, but it was like just an extension of the fact that they were popular. You know what I mean? Like. That was kind of cool. I thought that was a neat little Easter egg in there.
Yeah, that the Ghostbusters were, because they're in the popular culture. But the one thing they didn't touch on enough, they've never really done that. Like, what are the effects of having ghosts or the afterlife? How does that affect religion? And are there ghosts flying around and talking to people? And how often are there ghosts out there? And of course, the Ghostbusters keep going bankrupt, which is fun and but it's like.
Well, and it usually
they're a hero.
Well, because it seems like usually what happens, and this is one thing I do like about the movies, is that they're not. The reason they keep going in and out of business is because their business is reliant on a massive influx of paranormal activity. And when that happens, it's usually surrounded something like Gozer or Vigo, or in this case, the one creature Gorok or whatever, letting all the ghosts out of the containment unit, for instance. So so there's always some kind of event that usually the massive explosion in paranormal, and that's where the Twinkie conversation comes in. Right? Because that's what he's saying is if things keep going the way they're going,
we're screwed.
Yeah. And that's where because that's where Egon's kind of saying like we're leading up to something here. We're having a massive ramp up in paranormal activity for a reason. Right. So I do like that they have these slow patches in this kind of and I do like that you have the conspiracy theorists who act like they're just, full of shit too. Because like a lot of people are like, well, wouldn't you have seen like 100? It's like, do you realize how big New York is? And unless somebody got actual film or footage of that, then how many people are going to be like, yeah, no, there was no real big staple. And the city's going to try and stifle that anyway. Right? Like,
that's bad for tourism.
Exactly. So like there's all those things that are playing into that stuff that people don't think about sometimes. But it's like, it's a nice little way that they've kind of made it to where it kind of works in our universe still. And anyway, I'll get out of here so you guys can talk some mutants.
Yeah, we're going to talk some mutants. Yep.
All right, dude. Well, thanks for coming.
And I've heard the first few episodes aren't too bad. So
no, it was pretty
hopefully you
good.
guys
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
I'd recommend watching them. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yep. So awesome time. Yep. Maybe I'll see you on. I don't know if you're going to be around for Raw Deal on Toxic Tuesday, but
I may not make this one. I'm trying to take some time off, and I got some stuff I got to get done. And if we are going to Vegas, I got to get ready for that and some other things.
Right. When is that? When is that?
We're supposed to be going in like 2 weeks, but there's some things in the background that may prevent it from happening that are just kind of like,
oh shit. Man.
Well, it just has to do with Andre being able to get here more so, but yeah.
I hope it can. That'd be great for you guys.
And that's Steve Mitchum's territory. So if there's a meetup, I gotta make sure that Maddie's daddy.
We're hoping to do something. And I know Mike was supposed to be there, but now it's sounding. I don't know. I'm trying to talk him. He said, he might not be able to make it, but I'm just like, figure it out and get out here. But
get your butt out to Vegas.
We'll figure it out.
Well, Thomas, nice to meet you. I think I might have been on sometime once.
You've been on a couple times before, I think.
But that's the first time I think we actually engaged and talked a lot.
Really got a conversation. Yeah. No, exactly. We've been on a few times together. I know of you, and I've seen you around for sure.
Yeah. Well,
thanks, bro.
And enjoyed the talk tonight.
Good talking. Yeah. And as always, thank you for having me, Clobby and Mark, and take care of yourselves.
Buddy.
And
thank you.
I'm
very
sure
much,
I'll see you on Tuesday, Clob. So,
yes, sir.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care. Buddy. That was great having Tom on. Cheers for Tom. Yep, great guy. I only thought he would come on for like 10 minutes, but he had fun talking. So it was.
Well, that's the thing is once you get on these streams and you get in a topic and you're passionate about it, it's hard to stop. That's like sometimes I went on the other night. I was going to go in for about an hour, and then 4 hours later, it was like, dang, it happens.
Could not be reached. Yeah, I know. I've made an error. Man, you can't make the slightest error around here if you're me. I know it was DD5 for I backed it up. I always just get those two confused. So yeah, my apologies.
They're both cute though. They're both cute. Yeah.
DD's really cute.
Yeah.
Always got those two confused for some reason.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Let's do a few minutes on X-Men 97. Not too long because we're all going to get to work tomorrow. But I watched the first 2 episodes, and I think it pretty much captured the spirit of the original series. I mean, I wonder if people remember the series was kind of had some cheesy dialogue and was stilted in some ways, and I think they pretty much captured it. I mean, there was maybe just a couple of things I thought were moderny, and there's one line that I'm going to try to avoid, I guess, that I thought was towards the end of the second episode.
The second episode, there were a few things.
Yeah, but didn't ruin it for me. But I can just say, oh, I see what you're doing there. Oh, you surprised me there. Would never thought you would have gone there. Some words that they use. So, I'll just say it. They use the word. We don't want to get into the politics, but they use the word insurrection instead of like attack or.
And they've come out and said that was meant for a certain event.
Yeah. So which was ridiculous because it was the UN. I mean, you don't use that word, and stay away from that word from now on. But you don't use that word to describe an attack like that. So I was like, and of course, if a kid is watching that, no one's gonna notice that. So they're not that's gonna fly over their heads. But that was that was ridiculous. And Poon's guy's asking, does Rogue still sound like Reba McEntire?
Sort of.
Yeah. Yep. And Wolverine's same voices, right? I mean,
Cal Dodd is back as Wolverine, and he sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, the art was. You could tell they tried to get closer. A lot who don't remember, because about a year or so ago I binge watched the original, for the first time really, because I hadn't seen it all at that point. And that last season was really awful. They went to some cut rate animation company or whatever it was. The budget was really low at that point, and they just had some terrible animation in that last season. The animation and the animation the art direction or whatever in this season. That last season was terrible. And this season, there's something about it that for me is slightly off, but it's not bad. It's okay. And they even changed the theme is not quite the same, but it's close enough where it's okay. And one thing, I don't know really why they had to go with that trial of Magneto story. I would not have preferred it, but I mean, God, this is the worst costume for him ever. for the most part, everyone looks close to him. I hate Storm's hair. You can tell they kind of flattened Rogue out a little bit.
Yeah, people on this curvy.
Curvy, yeah.
The guys are just as buff, though.
The guys are all the same. But yeah, the chicks are. I mean, they're not horrible. I can't stand. I always hated Punk Storm, and I hate her hair like that. But she didn't have the Punk Storm costume at least. But it's the hair. I don't get that. So overall, I'm with you. It's the second part had a few things, but again, thing is, the day is young. Just 6 more episodes to go.
Only 8 episodes total. Wow.
Yes.
That's short
for this season, anyway. If you call that a season.
They did play basketball in the X-Men comics, and I remember them saying no powers, and Wolverine cheated, they think, and used his powers to play. I don't know which issue it was in, but I remember that specifically in one of the X-Men comics where they were playing basketball, and the line was out there. Yeah, no powers allowed. But of course, I don't know how you like Beast. How does Beast not use his powers? I mean, it's innate, but
right.
But the animation I thought was pretty darn good, and the artwork is
it captures the spirit fairly well of the old show, which is what they were trying to do.
Yeah, and the the ladies don't have maybe the figures that they used to, but it's not so we're watching a cartoon. I think that Rogue picture everyone has, I think that was done tongue in cheek, pardon the pun, or with the pun.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of sneaking that in. Of course, they're going with the Trial of Magneto storyline, and Jean Grey's pregnant, and we'll do a minor. Well, it's a minor spoiler, but Nathaniel Richards, Nathaniel Summers is born in the end of the second episode. Who is spoiler? He's Cable. If you don't, he's
not Cable. He's his father,
Nate.
right?
He's his father. Yeah, he's his father.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey,
Tatsu-sama.
Member for 4 months. Yep.
Tatsu-sama.
Thank you for being a member. Much appreciated.
Indeed.
Yeah. So they've got that going. But I didn't think. Oh my goodness gracious! Just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Oh, that's awesome.
There you go.
So Matthew got a membership. Don, Lisa, and Fanti. Awesome. Yep. Jess. Wow, that was so nice of you. Yeah, I know you can use these awesome icons. So here's Supergirl. We got Blake 7 in there. We've got Dadman. We didn't use Dadman's icon yet tonight. The Gorn. Thank you so much, Fred. So let's play a clip for that. Let's play another. We've been doing a lot of Ghostbusters tonight, so let's do something for that. Yep, here we go.
Ray, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes. Huge.
I got this shocking pain right behind the eyes.
Have you considered amputation?
What's Bond doing?
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
It's after midnight, so you can play that. Yeah,
Nice.
So thank you. Thank you so much, Tatsu-sama. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but thank you so much for doing that and gifting those memberships. Super appreciated. That's so nice. Yep. Thank you. Yep. So, so this, the first episode was basically set up, of course, Charles Xavier. They say Xavier, but it's actually Xavier.
They always say Xavier on the cartoons.
It's Xavier. If you the pronunciation, there's not 2 X's. And I had a nun in Catholic school that would whack you if you said Saint Xavier, because there's only 1 X in Xavier. She told me.
You can't win with the fans. They keep saying it. So I always just say Professor X. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, it's Professor Xavier. They did not go to Catholic school. So
we have a college down here called Xavier.
Yeah,
not
Xavier. Yeah. So the first is basically the setup. Xavier is dead. Morph has this really creepy scene.
We know where he really is.
Yeah,
he's really on the Shire homeworld, isn't he?
Yeah. but Morph has that really creepy scene where he pretends to be Professor X. I'm like, why did they let him do that? And Morph is just such a creepola character anyway.
I never liked him, but
Yeah.
now he looks worse. That is
Yeah.
what is the hell is that? That's just, at least I don't know. It looked kind of like just a wacky dude the other way, but
yeah.
Remember he was pissed. They left him for dead in the first episode, and he come back years later. In one of those, like I think it was one of those Mr. Sinister storylines or something.
Okay.
He was alive, and he thought the X-Men had done. I mean, on the show, you know,
On the show, not the comic.
He was pretty much created for the show. That Morph was. He was actually reworked from a character from the 60s called Changeling, way before Garfield Logan Changeling, and they just decided, and then that character just went out, never appeared again, whatever. I don't know if he died or whatever. In the early, original X-Men series, in the old one, in the 60s.
Yeah.
So Larry Houston or some of the other ones, when they did this show, they basically kind of based him on that, but they called him Morph. He's pretty similar. So Morph really, or in a sense, that's kind of he's loosely based on that, because I think they went and put him in the comics after this.
Then they put him in the comics, yeah.
Yes. So, but on the show, he popped up. He was like in the first episode. They thought he was killed or something, and then later,
doesn't he kill Professor X later too? Doesn't he kill Professor X later
on the show?
On the comics, I think. Doesn't he kill Professor?
Oh, the comics, I don't know. I wasn't reading them at that point, but on the show,
I think he does. Yeah,
he does come back in. I don't remember him being on the show that much. I think I'm not going to say why I think they put him on the new show.
But and then the crazy thing is, Morph is not supposed to have the powers of all the characters that he changes form into, because he could just change into Juggernaut, right? And
you can change into Phoenix. You can change anything. But you can change into with crazy, ridiculous powers. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. He's supposed to be able to take, change shape.
Yeah. So I never knew that they could do that, because Mystique, her powers are, she's a great fighter, but she can just change her shape, like in the X-Men movie, if you remember.
Right.
She gets her claws cut off when she's fighting Wolverine as Wolverine, because they're fake claws. Yeah. They're not real adamantium claws. So
this was weird, because he was flying. Didn't he turn into Angel or Archangel or whatever it was, Angel, and start flying?
Yeah, let's see. Powers of
Colossus.
Yeah. So he turns into Colossus, and which is a cool scene. So Kevin Sidney is a mutant metamorph with the ability to alter his physical appearance and voice to resemble that of any person he chooses. His power could also transform the appearance of his costume as well, which is made of unstable molecules invented by Reed Richards. Mort's mutation to shapeshift has also made his body like Play-Doh substance and can reattach limbs after they've been severed. Limited telepathic abilities in the original timeline were enhanced by Professor X. As the side effect, he gained limited telekinesis. Among choosing to work together and share his body with the energy mutant Proteus, Morpheus' powers appear to be amplified, least enough to defeat a self-proclaimed god. Whether the two have access to Proteus' reality-changing abilities have yet to be determined.
Yeah, this is their dummies. They should have done that.
Yeah. So also appears his ability to fly due to his shape-shifting ability. Does not wear any actual clothing. He takes joy in pointing this out. So he doesn't have those powers. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah,
you're an ultimate. You're like, who's the in the MCU or in the limited the Super Scroll Suckered Invasion. The character in the end, you've got every power of every character. I mean, my God, how powerful are you? So yeah, it's that's just a miss. Trying to see if we can see a picture of Magneto with this horrible costume here with the M with the purple. That's that's just the bad costume there. Really bad stuff. Yeah.
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 But I hate that. That was What's that?
Well, I was just to say, I think overall the first two episodes are pretty damn decent, I have to say.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, yeah, I was like I said, it wasn't. See, if the idiots who made this show and they fired the main writer, quote unquote writer, like a week ago, but he was coming out as others and saying some really stupid crap. He's not just him, a few other ones. If he just shut their faces, shut their holes, and just say, "Hey, we're making this coming out," nobody would go in going, "Oh boy, this is going to be bad." And they started that like a year or so ago. If they had shut up and just said, "Hey, it was coming out, please watch it," everybody was hyped because when he first announced it, everyone was pumped. I mean, even though it was modern Disney, like, "Whoa, that could be pretty cool." And but then they started aggravating people with stuff like, "Oh God, they're going to ruin it." And now you can finally, so far, they drop it and you go, "Well, it's okay." I mean, yeah, pretty.
Yeah, there wasn't anything egregious in there that I would say. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, that was crazy. Yep. So, I mean, other than that the thing about the attack at the end that they said,
and that's why I'm thinking the other shoe's going to drop, or if it just stays at least sort of like this, then, well, I mean that will be, if it's cool, if it just stays good or decent and stuff, and just doesn't get all so.
Yeah, so I mean the toys look good, so I guess they're gonna have a special set of X-Men 97 characters. Of course, we've always said, why is Colossus not there and Nightcrawler, which is
Rogue almost looks good.
Yeah, right. That's the Marvel Legends.
Well, notice they put Magneto in his. I guess they got the other one. Didn't you saw the figure earlier?
Well, yeah, but he's in his regular uniform. Yeah, they're not gonna have
that
him
right there anyway.
They're not gonna have him in that crappy uniform. I mean, no one
I thought you showed a figure with that new one.
I did, yeah. They did have a figure.
Oh, they got the Blackbird.
Cool, yeah.
Blackbird looks weird.
A little small, yep.
It should be Bluebird. Yep. It's kind of smallish.
Too small, yep. And Don says, "Thank you for the gift, Tetsu." Yep, thank you very much. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, so Magneto's a great character, and of course we know Professor X is really not dead. We're going to find out. Spoiler. But if you read,
hell, they're even putting him in the opening credits. So what's the spoiler?
Yeah. Well, you could think that's Morph, maybe, but yeah.
No, they show Morph too.
They show Morph too. No, but
Morph's in the opening
credits. together with him. Okay.
No, they're putting the name Professor X. I mean, no, they're. Yeah. I mean, they're just letting the cat out of the bag that he's still a member of the show. So.
Yeah. But yeah, I love these figures. Are cool. Yeah. These are good stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I've always hated Cyclops' costume on this show. Cyclops is my favorite X-Men. Who's your favorite X-Men? Wolverine?
Wolverine, yeah. Well, Nightcrawler too. And it's a tie between Wolverine and Nightcrawler, probably, because those are the outcasts.
I wish Nightcrawler was on this show.
Yeah,
they should. Do you think it was because they thought kids would be scared of them? I mean, they got beasts, though.
The beast, and they were like, no, I don't think so.
I definitely say Wolverine. I don't know. There's something about the claws.
You like Wolverine?
It's claws.
I got claws. I can use them.
Exactly.
I would. Nightcrawler and Colossus would be so much better than Jubilee and Gambit.
Oh, I tell you, Colossus. That's the one that actually looked. I like the look of Colossus. You just could never find him around very much. It's like the Green Lantern of the group.
I'm going to be away from the mic, but here's my original Wolvie figure.
Looks like more like Ghostbusters to me. Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting colors, though.
Costume. That's the second costume. Is that the superpowers one?
That's the backpack one where he can speak. Yep. Oh, the batteries are dead. I better change the batteries. Yep. But
nice.
That's the speaking one. So my kids would play that over and over and over. I've got claws. I can use them. It was a nonstop.
Did he talk like this on the show, Bob?
Yeah, if I could.
Australian.
You got to change the batteries so you can hear it.
Remember Pride of the X-Men? He had an Australian accent.
Australian accent, yeah. Yeah, you did a great video with Retroblast in there. That was a great.
It was a lot of fun.
Nice job he did on that. Very, very professional, of course. Yep. That was that was good stuff. Yeah. So, Dabney, did you watch the X-Men cartoon at all growing up, or as an adult? I guess, right? Did you ever watch that? Or
I loved it growing up. But the thing I loved even more, and I didn't catch them all the time. But what I really loved was the video game, the arcade game, when you had 4 players.
God, that's good. Yeah.
I mean, I was working. They had a small thing next to our building, or go over there and use lunchtime to play the stupid game. It was great.
Oh yeah, that was a fun game. Yeah, and I have the MAME, multiple arcade machine emulator, so I would play that on my PC a lot, and it was so good when you could finally play it for free. Right, you didn't have to worry about losing all your quarters.
Yeah.
But with 4, you're right. The co-op was just so much, so much fun. I mean, that was just a great game to play.
It's fun. It's one of those games that you could not, that you'd lose track of time very easily.
Right, and quarters.
And quarters. Yes, yeah. Keep going.
Yeah,
but no, I did. I like the cartoon show. I mean, it's Bub. There was always something though with Wolverine though, but I think Colossus was one that would pop in every once in a while. But I joked about he's like the Green Lantern of the group, because it's like I always saw Batman, I always saw Superman, I always saw Wonder Woman. I love Wonder Woman, but they're like, dadgummit, I need Green Lantern. I know it's like, please. Growing up, it was hard to get sightings of Green Lantern when it came to TV. That is,
well, cartoons, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Was he on Super Friends just a few times?
Yeah, he was like technically in it, but I never saw him often.
On Super Friends,
just a couple,
maybe once or so. Now there was a Justice League cartoon Filmation did for like 5 seconds, and they actually had a Green Lantern cartoon. It was a short one.
Well, I tell you,
Filmation ones, but
the best recommendation you ever gave me was that animated series, though, man. That thing was
you watched that?
A thing of beauty.
I couldn't put that down. That was amazing.
It's so sad that we don't get to like 26 episodes of that.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That was
criminal.
That was good stuff on that show. Yeah.
Mark, did you ever watch Wolverine and the X-Men?
I didn't watch it, but you were telling me that was pretty damn good, I think, right?
It's only 26 episodes, but it was really that came out right when that garbage Wolverine Origins movie came out in 09 or 10 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it was, again, it is because Wolverine's the big deal, so it was called Wolverine and the X-Men, and it took place. You know what? Did you ever watch Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which was such
yeah.
It takes place in that same universe, right? Really. Yeah. Oh yeah, Earth's Mightiest Heroes is fantastic. But it takes place in that universe, even though they don't really meet them in that one. But and it's really good. It got better and better. Daniel Barry's,
and then it gets taken away from us, unfortunately. Hey, Daniel Barry.
And back when it first came out, you could. By the way, they have a really good Nightcrawler episode too, and they have a lot of cool stuff. I mean, you get definitely some cool Nightcrawler in that one. It's just really good. I'm surprised that now you don't get enough Scott for me because of Cyclops is my favorite, but and I used to kind of joke about it. I said he's good old Uncle Wolverine in that, because the show's so much focused on him because Wolverine's so popular. But it really is good though.
I have to check that out. Yeah.
I was enjoying it, and I remember when I finally got to binge it all. Right after I binged the Fox one, it's also on the Disney Plus app, and I binged that, and I was getting sad. I'm like, this is really getting good. Oh yeah, it's about to be over. Oh.
How was the animation in that one? Pretty good.
I think it's really good. Yeah, I thought it was excellent.
Yeah. No, because I think I just watched a few of the episodes, but X-Men 90, well, the 90s, or whatever you want to call it, definitely watched that a lot. It was just always on, right? I think you always had it.
But there's no theme song can even come close to it. It's one of the greatest.
Oh yeah.
That theme song. Yeah, I remember that theme song now.
Yeah.
That was written by Hayam Sabine, or was he involved with Power Rangers? I know we got Donnie is here, but if you Google it, you can.
I saw some guy playing that on a guitar on YouTube somewhere else. It's just pretty cool.
I'm changing the batteries on my Wolverine backpack. Let's see if I can get it to work. I have one brand new battery. There's a little LR44s, and I've got one maybe older battery. Let's see if it'll work. I got to get some batteries from Amazon here, but let's see if this get this to play. You always got to change your batteries on these things.
Yeah, Gilo was on Super Friends, just not regularly. Could not be reached. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I remember he was just on a few times, right? He wasn't always there. Yep.
Yeah.
If my poor memory serves, right? Yeah.
He had Filmation, when they did the 60s cartoons of Superman and Aquaman and Batman and Robin and stuff. They tried, they gave like a couple of episodes of a Flash one, a Green Lantern one, a Justice League one, and a couple of Atom ones, a couple of Hawkman, a couple of Teen Titan ones that were short, just a few of them. They did a DVD of it though, like with all those mixed ones and stuff. Animation wasn't great or anything, but it was.
Yep.
Yes, JT Kirk.
Oh, it's not working. I clean the contacts here. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. See if I can do two things at once.
Like there you
go.
JT Kirk loves it.
You usually do such a good job, Mark.
So I didn't know you love that song, JT.
I think I've faith in the heart. It's actually not a bad song. It just doesn't fit with Star Trek there.
Going with my heart. Might not have been so bad if it was like in the end credits. But Archer's theme would have been better for the opening.
Yeah. I mean the montage is fantastic.
Well, the visual.
The visual, yeah.
Those opening credits visuals are beautiful.
Yeah, that's an A++.
I love Enterprise. It's so unappreciated to me.
Yeah, most people don't like it. Yep. Come on, Wolverine. It's not playing. All right. Well, I'll have to get some new batteries and see if that.
No batteries in me, bub.
Yeah, need some new batteries, bub.
Excuse me.
Cal Dodd sounded pretty good. Cal, considering how old he is, he says still sounded like Wolverine.
Yeah, no, and I saw him at NYC Comic-Con this summer. They were signing pictures and stuff for,
Oh, okay.
Not too bad, yeah. But I should have still gotten Jim Cummings is right there in front of me, and I should have gotten Winnie the Pooh because I'm a huge Pooh fan. I should have gotten a Pooh picture, but I spent all my cash.
Hey, look at that. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that. RR, what's up, buddy? RR TNZ. He says yes. He says, Bobby, were you praising the 2011 Green Lantern animated series? I thought I was the only one, only person who liked it. On a similar note, any live any love for Symbiotic Titan here? I don't know that one, but I love that Green Lantern show. I don't know Symbiotic Titan. So.
Yeah, I don't know that one either. Yep.
Is that an anime or something?
We got Don here, so Don could help us out.
Yeah, I think he could tell us. And then Bars Monkey Max said he never watched the X-Men cartoon, but he only watched the Silver Surfer. That was a great cool. That was so good.
Yeah, that was a good one too. That was definitely made for adults. Yep. Good stuff.
Yes, that was pure science fiction, really. It was DC Fontana and Harlan Ellison wrote episodes of that.
Yeah.
That music too. That also had a great thing. And they had occasionally they would use CG. It was 2D animation. Once in a while, they would like a scene with a CG here and there.
Yeah, almost like a Kirby montage getting thrown.
But
in there, right?
Gorgeous. That cartoon was gorgeous, man. It was so beautiful.
Was that two seasons or one season?
Unfortunately, one. I've seen some of the script plans for season 2. They were going to have the FF in season 2.
God,
the problem is they screwed up. They should have been in the Origin episode. His Origin is severely damaged by not having the FF in it.
Yeah, it doesn't work without the FF.
And Frankie Ray, yeah.
I mean, Frankie Ray is a good character, but just doesn't make sense though. Yeah, you want to. Was it the right?
It was a great show, huh? I'm not sure what it was. I think that it may. I don't think so because they were doing They were going to do it in the second season. Larry Brody or whatever the guy trying to make it happen. He just got, Fox. How they were fickle. Because he said he couldn't wait to do that thing, and it was so. It was just incredible. He had it ready to go. He had it.
Well, he just didn't make enough. Get enough ratings, I assume, right? Yep. So.
Yeah.
Obviously, yep.
Guess not.
Very sad, very sad. Yeah, when you have something, but at least we did get one season, so that's
13 minutes episodes. So good.
Yeah, I mean, because you got some,
yeah,
we've gotten some real crappy cartoons along the way. So
but that was Thanos. That was the way Thanos was supposed to be.
Yeah. Let's see here. All right. Well, I'll have to wait till I get a new batch of batteries. We're out of batteries, kiddos. I hate it. I have one left in the pack. Yep.
Yeah.
But you always got to change your batteries in your toys because the acid can corrode. The battery goes, it can wreck your whole darn toy, which is very, very sad when that happens. Yep. So let's put a little bit of lubrication there. Yep. But so overall, I'd recommend X-Men '97. I think Clobber Times.
Mm-hmm.
Think you would too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say if you are a fan of this show, yeah, that's all you can ever say so far when you haven't seen it all yet. But if you are a fan of the show, I think you'll probably enjoy the first two. But we can't take responsibility for the last six of them. If they're just this level and they have the things that our problems are limited to just that, then it could be okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and again, full disclosure, I'm a big X-Men guy. I like them find some of the certain different runs of the series in the 70s and the 80s, but they're never mind. I was always take it or leave it. If you got a good comic with them, great. I like them, but I'm an FF guy. I'm a Avengers guy. Of course, a DC. I'm a Legion and a Justice League guy. The X-Men don't even crack my top 5 favorite teams, but I like them. I mean, I like Cyclops a lot. Wolverine became a little overused for me, but Somniatic Titan was a Tartakovsky show. Those are the guys who did
interesting.
Yeah, they did was it Samurai Jack and the first Star Wars Clone Wars cartoon, the best Star Wars clone cartoon, Clone Wars.
There you go. Yep. I remember that. Yeah.
And then they did what's that new one they got? With the caveman guy or whatever. Shoot.
Well, not Captain Caveman. I don't want to ruin your voice.
No, it's out. It just came out last year, the past couple of years, about the caveman and the dinosaur or whatever. What's the name of that show?
Oh, Caveman and the Dinosaur.
Yeah, it's on. It's. I can't remember it. Somebody I don't know. Primal. Thank you.
Oh, Primal. Yep. There you go. Yep.
I've only seen the
Devil Dinosaur.
Cool. Yeah, there you go. Primal's pretty cool. I only saw the first one, but I hear it's good. I haven't seen it all.
Yeah, Nick loved that. Nick loved Primal.
Nick loved it. Yeah. I wanted to watch it one of these days. Man, did you see that their Star Wars, their Clone Wars show that he did? Before that later one?
The original, the first Clone Wars.
The original one? That was
the best
good,
one with Darth, not Darth.
It took place between
Samuel Jackson's character.
Episodes 2 and 3.
Yeah, when he takes out all the droids, that one episode.
Mace Windu has an episode where he goes to a planet and he fights a zillion droids by himself and just to whacks them, man, he destroys them.
That was awesome. Yeah, I love that.
That was so awesome.
That was great. Yeah.
I remember after the end of the last episode, it chronicled General Grievous kidnapping Palpatine, and it was right before episode 3 came out. And I was like, hey, it's over? What the hell? And then I was, oh man, we'll find out when the movie comes out.
Right?
Yeah. Yoda fought a bunch of droids, and it was pretty cool.
But then they said that series is not canon. It's not considered canon.
It looked like canon to me.
It did, but then they changed it. They said, Mace Windu was too powerful. They're full of crap, right?
Yeah.
What do they know about Star Wars? They're jerks. Yeah.
Well, they're I mean, I don't know. Why was he too powerful? I mean, he got ganged up on by the Emperor and Anakin, for God's sake. And he's still alive. They didn't die. There ain't no way he died.
Yeah.
Mace Windu lives, baby.
With Avon, right? Yep.
Yeah, he just put on a new arm or whatever.
Yep. So the last thing we're going to talk about tonight is Roadhouse.
Oh boy.
Patrick Swayze and Sam Elliott. Cool movie.
So this is ranked.
Well, Mark, let me go ahead and drop out real quick while y'all are so because y'all take it because we stayed on a little bit longer. But hey, thanks for having us on tonight. As
it was
always.
awesome having you here, Dad Man. Yep.
All right, dude. Good, man.
Wait, we got to play. You got to play your outro here before you go. I gotta switch back. But yep, put your link on and catch all the goodness of Dad Man streaming during the week. And of course, we didn't play this yet tonight. I don't think, or we played it once maybe.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
I thought you got it once, but really early. But yeah, hey, Claudia's favorite clip, I think.
Well, I love it, but I always thought you'd play. Since he's like heading out, you would play him crashing like in that car.
Oh, that one, yeah.
That's true too. Yeah. We did that for the misses, I guess, right?
He would be in the car.
Well, here, this one, yeah.
Boy, spared no expense on the sound effects either. That's pretty cool.
Why you want to treat Dad Man like that?
Because he's a good friend. Because if you,
that's no way to treat him, friend.
if you didn't like him, you wouldn't make fun of him. Yep, that's good friends you can make fun of. So
exactly. All right. Yep. Yeah. We did a lot of Fortniting over the years and stuff. But
for
hey,
sure. Yeah.
But thank you. I just real quick, we're going to be taking off while next week, certain Thursday. I got sports stream on Tuesday night and a grab bag of I don't know what's on Wednesday night with Lisa. But tomorrow night I got Brandon, the anime guy, coming on. So at 9 p.m. Eastern. Also make sure, like Mrs. said earlier, 10 a.m. in the morning, get your daily dose of positivity. And tomorrow at 1 p.m. she's doing another build stream. So check her out. She's only 4 subs away from 200. So appreciate if y'all can help get her over the top. Yeah, absolutely. But also make sure you like and subscribe to this guy. Hey, join his channel, Marc D with a C. Help support the efforts here. He's also got a Twitch channel. So if you're on Twitch, follow him over there and subscribe there too, which is a little bit different than the YouTube side. And also the great Clobbering Times, one of the greatest role models around for a lot of people. Hey, make sure you check out his channel and subscribe and go spend out time with it. Some great people over there, Clobby. Thank you all. So
thank you, bud.
All right.
Thank you, Dad Man. Yep. Have an awesome week.
You guys have a good night and enjoy this part of the channel. Good night, all.
Take care. Yep. And thank you, Wes Cagle, for the super chat. Says, "Damn it, Mark, that's my favorite." So thank you for that, Wes Cagle. We'll play something else for you too.
I protest. I am not a merry man.
Groovy.
Thank you very much, Wes Cagle. Yep.
Wes Cagle.
So we're not gonna spend much time on this because it got late early, but I monetized Dad Man. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Dad Man. Yeah, because I've got Dad Man's avatar here. Yep. So there. There's the I had to have that as one of the icons. Yep. But I got to say, no, this is on Amazon Prime. I know Clobbering Times is a massive fan of not remaking movies, and I'm in that camp too. There's no point to this movie, although I have to say, I've watched about half of it. It's not terrible, just there's no point to it. I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal is good in it. He's got a pretty damn amazing physique. Conor McGregor's in it. I just started watching when Conor McGregor gets into it, and he's playing a badass, which is probably not much of a stretch for him, right? Because he's a badass in real life, and they're both MMA fighters. Or I guess Conor McGregor, Jake Gyllenhaal character Dalton in this movie, instead of making him a Navy SEAL, they actually made him a MMA fighter. And I don't know I haven't gotten enough into the movie to see if McGregor's
Dalton a Navy SEAL the original film.
No, I'm just joking because like everyone is a Navy SEAL these days.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Man, I was all right. I thought maybe I missed something. I'm not the biggest fan of the old movie. It's okay. I haven't watched it.
Yeah. What is Dalton in the original movie? Is he?
He's just all we know is he goes around to bars and it's a bouncer thing.
Yeah.
They don't say. I'm not sure they ever say anything else.
Yeah. So. And Larry is saying Klingons don't get probed.
That's true.
No, they don't. Yep. Do I have that one up here? Let's see if I can.
Klingons do not allow themselves to be probed.
There you go, Larry. Thanks. Yeah. So it's just like a double-edged sword. Like the movie doesn't touch the greatness of the original. Obviously, it can't, because and it's almost sacrilege to see someone else being called Dalton. Now, I guess this movie cost $80 million to make, which is, I can't believe it so far that it cost that, maybe to pay the actors. It's not bad. I mean, it's not a bad movie, but it just shouldn't have been made. I mean, because you're always thinking of the original Roadhouse. I'm only halfway through it. Of course, they've got, the gorgeous doctor still in the movie. Some of the fights, like Dalton comes in, of course, you always have those good fight scenes in the beginning, where he's taking, he takes on 5 guys, and that's, the standard trope, in these movies. We've got the badass that comes in. He's like, how far away is the hospital to here, because and then he ends up driving the guys to the hospital, which is kind of funny. But there's really no, it's like, what's the point? Come up with something new or do something original. Now, this girl was Ratcatcher in the second Suicide Squad movie.
Ratcatcher,
and she was great as Ratcatcher, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So she's the doctor in this movie, in the emergency room. So it's basically Roadhouse again. The Roadhouse, it's on the water now, so it's in a better location, I guess. And so you've got 2 very good looking doctors in both movies. Don said it out. So
all right, Don, be good, buddy.
Thank you for being here. Yep. And Couldn't Up Your says original Roadhouse cost $15 million to make, and Dalton was a professional bouncer, fixer. What do they call him? A fixer or a bouncer? Fixer. But I'm trying to remember what his background.
I forgot what they called him now. I've seen the movie.
He was, yeah.
A cooler. What do they call it?
Cooler, yeah.
What do they call that guy? There's a name for it, though.
Yeah, I think
not bouncer.
A cooler, maybe. I think, yeah.
Cooler. There you go, Ron. Yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you, Don. Have a great week.
Be good, Don.
As well. Yep. But I don't remember what his specific background was, but I'm just joking. Like, it seems like everyone today is a Navy SEAL.
I believed you. Like, really? I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was.
No, I mean, I just didn't hear it, but I haven't seen it a million times. It's not like Ghostbusters. I mean, it's a decent, okay movie that I always thought was just kind of cornball, but
yeah,
fun. We're saying fun in a goofy way to watch, but it's not Ghostbusters, really.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze's widow says Roadhouse wasn't an Oscar film, just a guilty pleasure. That's 100% right. It's just a damn fun movie to watch. It's ridiculous. I mean, like they know there's a guy with a knife in both movies, and they let them go fight. It's like, well, just take a step back and punch the guy. It's like, if you see a guy with a knife, it's like you're not going to let your bouncer, take that chance. God forbid a guy with a knife, could kill you. I mean, so that didn't make sense. But of course, it's a Hollywood fantasy movie. That's what it's supposed to be and supposed to do. But yeah, I know Sam Elliott's character. Who was the Sam Elliott character in this movie? I've watched half of it. I don't even know who that character is. Well, they have a girl that's in a bookstore that he has a kind of a cute relationship with, who's works in a bookstore and gives him a book in the beginning about the Florida Keys or Glass Key where they're living. But yeah, who is the Dalton character? Sam Elliott character? I don't know. But it's just like it's very slick. It's so it looks better, maybe, quote unquote, or the production.
On the one hand, they want to remake shit, but then they don't want to even follow what they're remaking. Where people, they'll change stuff as well. So what is it going to be?
Yeah. So I don't know what. Let's see. What is? Yeah, because that was the problem with Dalton. He didn't want to take. He's like Batman and didn't want to kill in the end. Yep. And so yeah, they've got no Wade Garrett character. Yep. So Charlie's the girl. And I guess, but without his fighting skills, Dalton had to face battles alone in the remake.
What?
Yeah, well, the new movie well, there's like a kid sidekick or just somebody be friends, which is nice. Yep. Oh, so that's why there's no Sam Elliott character in the movie. Yep.
Okay.
So this is the Charlie character, is a young kid who's, but that's no way is that a replacement for Sam Elliott's character.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Well, it's just like some bad guys come to the bookstore and he helps fight them. You know, he scares them off.
Right. Okay.
That kind of thing. So that's okay. But also, he's got no one to fight with through the movie. So I'm only halfway through the movie. Yeah. So. Yeah. So yeah, and that was a big deal when he dies in the movie. Spoiler alert! If you've seen Roadhouse. But that was the surprise too when that character gets killed. So, and I think they were toying with releasing this in movie theaters. So, JT Kirk is headed out here. So, good night, JT Kirk. Thank you.
Good night, buddy.
So,
it's in movie theaters.
No, they were thinking about releasing in movie theaters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Amazon,
no, straight. It's Amazon streaming. So she's very good in it. Yeah, so it's on Amazon Prime. You can stream it right now.
I have it, and I won't even bother.
Yeah. I said, let me watch it tonight. We're waiting for the basketball game to start. Let me kill some time because I watched all my Star Trek Voyager for this week and next week.
Only two next week at least.
And then I kept watching because it's a two-parter. So I said, let me watch the second part of that two-parter.
Right.
So I did my homework. Yep. So I said, let me start watching Roadhouse, and I want to see what Conor McGregor was like in the movie, if he can transition to being an action star. And so far it was all right, but it's not really much of a stretch for him to play that role. Nah. So, but he's he's got a presence. So he's got some acting chops.
I think I respect a ripoff called something else that's similar to Roadhouse than just doing this. I mean,
right?
Let's rip it off. It can be similar, and people would watch it. And if they thought, hey, it's kind of like Roadhouse, but you go, yeah, you'd say that. Well, it's better. At least you're not calling it a remake and trying to measure up to Roadhouse.
Yeah. So, but I haven't finished it yet, so I can't. I'm about halfway through, so
I'm sure it's scintillating.
Yeah, so I can't tell you. Oh, that was Post Malone who was the fighter in the beginning. Okay, that was Post Malone. All right. I mean, what I gotta say is, don't hate me, everyone, but it's not horrible, but there's no, and I love Roadhouse, one of my favorite. It's in my top 100 movies. So it's not bad, but it's why are you doing this? Come up with something new, like you said. So
yeah,
that was that's they have maybe more special effects or something cooler. Of course, there's no DeSoto in this movie, right? You had Kevin Tighe in the original Roadhouse. Yeah,
no
DeSoto. He was good as the bad guy in that movie too. So yeah, there's just. Or no, DeSoto. He was the bad guy.
Ben Gazzara was the bad guy.
Gazzara was the bad guy. Yeah. So
you had DeSoto. You had Red West.
Yeah,
was in it. You had, of course, what's his face? You had the great Sam Elliott in there.
And then, Sam Elliott was great in that. Yeah.
Ben Gazzara was pretty good as the bad guy.
Yeah, no, it was.
And Kelly Lynch
great
was.
Cast. Kelly Lynch was smoking, the world's most gorgeous doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but Jake does look like a fighter in this. So I'll give him that. So, he's got some physique in this movie. So, yeah. So it looks pretty damn good. Yep. Yeah, and RRTN says, it's in my top 20 films. Not great, but great fun. So as a 19-year-old, and my testosterone count doubled instantly. And whenever you went into a bar, you always looked at people's boots to make sure they didn't have a hidden blade in it, right? Hidden knife in their boots, right? Yep.
I can confidently say it might be in my top 2,000. I mean, look, ballpark in it, but yeah.
Ballpark, yeah.
No, but it was okay. Like I said, I mean, I didn't even want to watch it when it first came out in theaters. And then, it'd be on cable all the time. And I'd sit there. And I was like, oh, boy. It just seemed like such...
Well, it was a fun movie. I remember having pizza and beer with my buddies. That kind of, Saturday night at home, pizza and beer. And, when you had action heroes and, there was a lot of testosterone flying around. And it was just a fun, guilty pleasure, but it was stupid. and it had almost like its own ethos in terms of philosophy, and so it was,
your Muslim uncle.
Hey, Muslim uncle.
So in this, he's a former MMA fighter.
Yep, he's a UFC fighter. Yep,
UFC fighter.
So he's got a chance at the big. He's got a chance at the. He's number 2 in the world, and I think he loses the title fight. They're showing it in flashbacks, but I'm assuming he loses, and he's down on his luck, and he's just going around trying to make make money any which way he can.
Good Muslim uncle, buddy. Hail,
your Muslim uncle. Yep. So
I'll give him this much. It's actually, I haven't seen it all. You'd have to tell me. Are we saying that this movie is actually about just guys doing all the fighting?
So far, yes. So far, yeah.
Whoa, in 2024?
Yeah, so far that's all that's happened.
I may have to reconsider just because other than even Reacher, which I love, they had to have chicks doing all kind of fighting and stuff. You know.
And could not be Reacher, the great line for the quote, "Be nice." Yep.
So it's time not to be nice.
Patrick Swayze is up here. Hey, Boosh. How's it going, Boosh?
Boosh. What's up, buddy?
What's up? Yep. We've had
long time no see come tonight. Sure do.
Yeah. We've had a good steady crowd rolling in here. Yep. Which is great. Yep. But I think it's sorry, Bush, you just got here, but I think we're going to it's a good time to call it and say we've been on 4 hours, so God bless everyone who stuck with us the whole time. And if you missed any of it, you can always rewind, right? Be kind, rewind. But Roadhouse, the new Roadhouse, maybe watch it out of curiosity, but I can't imagine they can make their money back on it. But yeah, go watch the original. If you haven't seen the original Roadhouse, obviously go watch that, and then maybe try watching this. Yeah, Larry says he's not expendable. All right, I think we got that one up here somewhere. Where is Avon hiding on me? There we go.
And Callie in your place, would you? Probably not. What about you?
What about me?
Why don't you go?
You are expendable.
And you're not?
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid, and I'm not going.
But we are going now. 4 hours, I get it. Yeah, it flies by when you're having fun and hanging out with friends, right? It doesn't seem like 4 hours. So yeah, for sure. Oh, and Tubi has the original. Thank you. Could not be reached. So Cloudburn Times, what you got coming up on Monday night, which is tonight now, where I am in my time zone.
Well, J-Man's channel, we got at 7 Eastern, our Legion of Superheroes reviews with Jay and Sean and myself. And then on 9 Central, I'll be on my channel for the Monday Night Marc D Comic Stop. Yep, and all the other shows throughout the week, of course.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah, Wednesday night. That too, yep. Wednesday night. I think when we'll let you know if we're doing Wednesday night, we should have the Comic Roundtable on Loki's channel at 7, and back, yep. Wild Card Wednesday on 9 at 9, and again 9 at 9 we'll have the Clubhouse with our Blake 7 episode review, Night Strangler review, and Fridays on Nick's, no, Friday on J-Man's, we're gonna be at end of our last of our Frank Miller Daredevil reviews, so that's fun. And got Nick's show after that, and Saturday night Star Trek on Saturday night.
And you'll have the season review. I better get my spreadsheets ready for that. Yep.
Yeah. And then of course, 2 weeks from a week from Friday. Yep, we start on J-Man's channel reviewing Fantastic Four.
That's awesome. Yep.
I wish that that's the 5th.
It should have been on the 4th.
If only it was on the 4th, because it's the 4th month. It's the Fantastic Four.
2024.
We're reviewing 1 through 4 issues, in other words, in 2024. I'm almost tempted to tell Jay, look, why don't we do the first show on that Thursday, even though I'll have other things to do. And if from then on, we can start doing them on Fridays. Very tempting.
It's tempting, right? Yep.
Yeah.
For sure, yep. Yep. So we've got some good stuff as always from Clobber Times during the week. So look forward to that. And it's so damn late now. I'm not going to call everyone out except I'll see who's active in the chat. So hail to Booch. Could not be reached for further comment. Larry, Mars Monkey Max, Matthew Marzullo, the Stream Element Spot, Wes Cagle, and Wes Cagle again with the super chat. You don't have to do that, buddy, but much appreciated. So let us play something fun for Wes Cagle here. Let's see. We haven't done nerds tonight.
Get those nerds! 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 What? I like you a lot.
West.
Hello, computer.
I'd like to get that one from you.
I'll have to get yeah. Hello, computer. Just the hello, computer.
Hello,
Yep.
or hello, computer.
So thank you, Wes Cagle. Good night, nerds. Yep.
Good night, sir. Rob.
Yeah. So what do I have coming up during the week? Hopefully a couple of toy reviews during the week. I did shoot some video, B-roll as they call it, and I got to voice it over. And I got to do it. You saw all the Ghostbuster stuff. I got to do a short on that, see if I can get some views on that. And what else do I got? Of course, we'll be doing a Blake 7 watch party on Thursday night. Wednesday, I can't make the comic book roundtable. Unfortunately, I got a local yokel political meeting on Wednesday that I can't miss. So I'll have to send my regrets to Loki on that one. And hopefully I'll be there for Saturday Night Star Trek. I know the kids are all coming home on Friday, but they usually don't want to hang out with the parents that late. They want to go out and do their own thing. So hopefully I'll be there for Saturday Night Star Trek because everyone's coming home for Easter. So yeah, happy Easter, everyone. And I hope you have a great week celebrating. And hopefully Easter Bunny will bring you lots and lots of chocolate. Good Swiss chocolate, not that American crap. Good Swiss chocolate. So, thank you, Wes Cagle. Yep. And of course, thank you to Tom from Midnight's Edge for spending a lot of time with us talking Ghostbusters. Thank you to Dadman and his much better half Mrs. for hanging out with us, and go check out their channels. And of course, thank you very much, Clobbering Times.
Thanks for having me.
Yep, Steve Mitchum unfortunately couldn't make it tonight, and Courtney and rest of the gang. But hopefully they'll be back during the next show. We'll see what It's nice having a panel here, so whoever can pop in, it's all good. And it sent. Hopefully the Geeky and I saw the link that I had sent out too. I added them to our Sunday Night Geekery group. So, hopefully you can make it too. So, thank you everyone for hanging out with us. Watch X-Men 97. So far, so good. Go see Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, and the new Roadhouse. Only watch it if you're very curious or have some time to kill. Yeah, go watch the original first. Yeah, no need for that movie. And thank you, Mars Monkey Max, as well. Did I say Mars Monkey Max? I think I had. I said Mars Monkey Max, but let's get on out of here, and everyone have a great week, and may you not eat too much clam pizza during the week. So we'll do the foodery that I had next week. I didn't show 6. I should have showed 6 the salad pizza, but so everyone have a great week, and take care, everyone.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Still here? It's over. Go home.